Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 10 of the Relic Runners. We are finally back from our break. Apologies to everyone who has waited. But, sometimes you gotta wait for good things. And life be like that. Oops, forgot to turn that off. Thank God I was looking. At any rate, I'm going to give a brief recap of what happened last session after my players give their highlights. As per usual, I need to give the recap though because it has been a month now, so details could be a bit shaky. So if the recap is a bit more detailed than normal, I apologize for those of you who may have just watched last week's episode, but for the sake of my players, it's necessary. So let's get right into highlights that players have from last session. I will start with bio.
All right. It's either between the highlight that is the group highlight of Shush telling all in a ballsy move that impresses patron, or this really nice Lego building you built that is clearly not also a Jenga tower. Why does this asset have a set piece cinematic attached to it? I don't know.
Oh boy. We will go with Sam.
Oh boy. My memory's fuzzy as heck.
Shave it.
I guess it would just be Adam calling her out at the end. Like, you should probably just come out now. And everybody being like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Alrighty. And Yue?
Patron telling me to do one thing and then immediately doing the opposite of that thing.
It was a ballsy move, but he respected it.
It's a bold move, Cotton. I hope it plays out well for him.
Yeah. And Robot.
I really enjoyed the let's just call it Pip trying to get to know Shush a little more, and what resulted in that, and the funny scene of like, well, okay, I'll cuff myself because I'm rage sometimes, and that didn't work, and then just can I see the skull? Just everything about that was really fun.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Pip is now forbidden from looking at the skull ever. It is not a good idea. It is never going to be a good idea. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get our music started then, and let's begin.
Oh boy.
Last episode of the Relic Runners, after finally meeting their this is the right one. Yes. After finally meeting their patron Adam and having agreed to help him in the quest to stop the Black Sun cult, found themselves with a bit of time and the ability to finally get some answers to previously unanswered questions. To those ends, Gaius and Pip ventured into the into the city, to get some answers about the mysterious deity? Hymnox, but found no answers at the church, but did pick up a lead to a place that might have the answers they seek. Shush, sequestering himself from the others, took the time to sit down with his patron and discussed just what the two were wanting from one another and what expectations Shush was going to be beholden to. Meanwhile, Callie found herself in the company of Ledger, who, after asking some personal questions that Callie responded to with the reaction that any rational person would have to a person they just met asking them personal questions, did manage to have a manner of some conversation with him. The party would then reconvene to help Pip and Gaius to get to the elusive Church of Hymnox, where some questions would be answered, but inevitably, only more questions were left hanging for the party to ponder upon. The party returned back to the Buskin Hotel to try and analyze what all they had found out, but before any conclusion could be drawn, the hotel found itself under attack, and the party, having not only to defend themselves from cultists, but having to escape from a collapsing building. They were successful on both fronts, but found themselves apprehended by the guards under suspicion. We now join the party after they have been escorted to the nearest guard station, and will hopefully be given a chance to explain their side of the story. Alright, so you guys have just been paraded through the city, most people kind of stepping out of the way as the guards are bringing you to the guard station, which is a fairly large stone structure, just like much of the city structures inside of this city. All right, it is looping properly. Very good. Let me know if it's not looping, by the way. As you guys enter the building, you notice that the guards, without much question, kind of take the cultist that you guys had captured. The one cultist you guys had captured, that is, and the 6 or so cultists that seem to oddly be obeying the commands of Adam, are escorted to a different area, deeper within the compound, as you all are brought into a well-lit waiting area with, sadly, barely enough room to accommodate you all. I would say that you're not quite standing shoulder to shoulder, but it's an uncomfortable kind of close. There are wall-mounted benches for you all to sit on should you want, or if you prefer, concrete floors. You can come to a logical conclusion that it's likely some kind of drunk tank of some kind. Though, despite the fact of the conditions in which you guys were brought in, the guards are surprisingly polite enough to not close the door to the room, even if they do station themselves outside of it. And you guys are now free to talk amongst one another.
This is including Adam?
Yes, Adam is with you guys. He has not been brought to a different place.
Okay.
And he does not seem bothered by this. As he just politely takes a corner seat. But not before turning to one of the guards as he reiterates to them, I just want to make sure that it's understood that it is both my right and my authority to demand to speak to Vizier Diamond Arm. To which the guard promptly responds to him that they've sent contact to the Diamond Arm estate and for him to simply be patient while those arrangements are put in order. Alright, and now once again you guys are free to talk amongst yourselves unless you have more questions for me and need more details.
Well, Pip will just kind of go lean against the wall and sort of just try to relax. Well, this is a bit more familiar than I'd like to admit.
Fang looks at you. You too, huh?
Yeah.
Fang taking up most of the space in the room.
He can't help it, he's large. Well, not large, but he is big. He's big.
Callie's just like picking rocks out of her hair and like, it's covered. She's covered in blood.
Yeah, from the head
whacked
wound you
really
received.
hard.
Yeah.
Guys would actually offer the cleaning stone. This might assist.
Wait, she already understood how to use that from earlier, yes? Okay. Yeah, she'll when he offers it, she'll take it. Thanks. Fucking cultist touched me. Ugh.
Yes. He'll sit down on one of the benches as well, kind of looking around the room. Fortunately, this is the first time for me, so I don't know what to expect.
Shush is kind of doing that awkward finger in the collar, like, ugh, just being very awkward in jail room.
Just wait it out. It'll be fine. She before she like takes a seat in a corner, she's gonna make sure it hasn't been peed in.
God damn! Why?
Because people are nasty in a drunk tank.
It's true. I hate it. It's true.
People don't mop.
It's all clean. Okay.
There is no pee in any of the corners.
Look, if it smells like piss, no one wants to sit there.
It does smell like alcohol in here. Like, it smells like drunk people have been sweating their asses off in here, but it doesn't smell like piss at the very least.
That's almost as bad.
Yeah, it is.
She had to deal with the fucker in the ship smelling like alcohol, quote unquote.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Like, whatever.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway.
So, after you guys have been sat here for about 5 minutes, you see a small group of guards kind of approaching towards the door, and you see a familiar face amongst the guards. I just want a general wisdom DC is 10. You did fight with this person, so his face is probably ingrained in your memory.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Okay. Oh, I said wisdom?
Yeah, wisdom.
Alright.
Oh, fuck this. In a way, it's almost great that Gaius is the one who's just like, I don't fucking recall this. I was in a battle rage. So, fairness. However, Calligraphy, Shush, and Pip, amongst the small group of guards, you see the familiar face of a dwarf that you guys fought inside of a drug den once. Stocky.
Of course he came here.
And he's dressed in guard uniform.
Oh boy.
Now you want attention.
Alright, the guards kind of look around for a bit. Alright, we just need you guys to answer a few questions. We're just gonna pull you out individually, get your stories. We're gonna try to make this as quickly as possible. The guard captain is on his way right now. He says, looking at Adam when he says that. So hopefully we can get this entire situation cleared up. We're not sure when Diamond Arm will arrive, but we have been told by his estate that someone is coming. Adam looks very pleased about that as he's like, good, that's exactly what I would want. The guard's like, alright, which one of you volunteers to give your telling of this story first?
Shush raises his hand.
Alright. Shush, you're escorted to a smaller room that's equally well lit, where a couple of guards step in. They actually do serve you a small ration meal of some kind. As they're like, right. So for the records, let's start off. Who are you?
Shh.
Is that with or without an asterisk?
Without an asterisk.
Alright. Let me also... He says, looking at, are you injured or do you require any healing before we get any more into this?
He kind of like pats himself down and then he like shakes his head no.
Very well then. We'll move on to the next question. Why are you in Retbon?
He cites off part of someone reading aloud the letter and just general talkings from like Fang and others of meeting Adam Radog.
I see. And is this also the reason why you were at the Buskin Hotel?
He nods his head yes, very quickly.
Alright. That also answers the manner of what business did you have there. Do you happen to know any of the suspects that were brought in with you?
Are we the suspects or the cultists?
The cultists. The cultists
Okay.
are the suspects.
He just kind of shakes his head no, and then kind of repeats some of the things that they said while fighting, get the caster and just general combat noises.
Not a lot. Well, we were going to ask you if you know any potential motivations for their actions, but it seems like we won't be getting much on that front. Fair enough, we'll return you back to your cell. We appreciate your cooperation in this. Shh!
Shush smiles.
Alright, they take you back to the cell. As they take Fang next, then Ledger, and so on and so forth. Adam was standing, and then they're like, alright, who's next? Alright, now it is only the last 3 PCs. Guys?
Yep.
Alright. Guys, they pull you aside to a small room where they provide you some small meal of rations once again. They once again start off with a similar question. Alright, state your name for the records.
Gaius Vipsanius.
Gaius Vipsanius. Are you from the Eastlands?
Sorry.
What?
Are you from the Eastlands?
No, I'm not. I come from
see.
Central.
Are you injured or in need of any healing? You don't look to be in any sort of disrepair, but it's...
No,
All right,
unfortunately not.
All right, so since you're not native to the Eastlands, may I ask why are you in Retbon?
I'm an archaeologist, brought in to assist in research.
And why exactly were you at the Buskin Hotel then?
To meet with my patron.
I see. And what business did you have there with your patron?
Conclusion of one contract and potential work coming up.
Fair enough. Do you happen to know the suspects, the cultists that were brought in?
None sounded familiar, at the very least.
Do you know any potential motivations for their actions?
He kind of scratches his head. They weren't exactly in a talkative mood, and by the time we had the time, the building was collapsing.
I see. Well, unless you have any questions for us, then I think we can end it there. We can bring you back to the holding cell.
Was anyone else injured in the incident?
A couple of casualties and a lot injured, but he kind of whistles what he says is to be expected. The entire building did collapse after all. Well, luckily we don't have more casualties.
Last I saw it was perched on another building. I hope it didn't collapse further after that.
Apparently, we've a group of gnome architects have already come to help, place it back up. But I'm not an architect myself. I'm a guard by profession.
And an archaeologist myself. I only know how old buildings manage to stand the test of time. Anyway, that's all I had.
All right, I'll bring you back to the cell then. Who would like to volunteer next between Callie and Pip? Both of you have the kind of history rapport you do.
He'll kind of look to Callie. You want to do rock, paper, scissors?
Well, you're made of metal. You probably win. She just go ahead and gets up and follows after the guards.
All right. So, calligraphy, and I hate to say this, once you step out of the room, unlike everyone else who was kind of allowed to freely walk, it is very noticeable that the guards stand much closer to you to monitor you, and like they are ready to apprehend and tackle you at any moment.
Fun times.
Yeah, it's that kind of place.
That's okay.
Alright, so they sit you down in the room and you are offered no meal of any kind.
Not surprised. She ate lots of rice. It's fine.
Yeah. It's like, alright, Tiefling, who are you?
My name is Calligraphy. I work for the Probot Collective and Adam Enterprises.
Unlikely story. Are you injured or do you require any healing?
I don't know. Maybe the guard behind me could tell you about the blood gushing out the back of my head.
The guard standing behind you. She looks fine. She's standing on 2 feet. Alright, sounds like you're good.
Definitely.
Right, so, what the hell are you doing in Retbon?
Unfortunately, this is where I needed to go in order to deliver the research we obtained to Adam, who contacted us through the Probot.
I see. He seems to be inciting you. I mean, yeah, you're telling the truth.
She's telling the truth.
Alright. Is this also the reason why you were at the Buskin Hotel?
No, I mean, the owner just let me right in. Obviously, that would be the reason I was there.
Yeah, sure. He seems to be matching your sarcasm in kind.
As to be expected.
Alright, well, let's just get right with it. I'm taking a guess you probably knew some of the suspects, right?
I'm not sure who you're considering suspects at this point, with the way you're looking at me.
You know, the fucking cultist. He says, looking accusatorily at you.
You'll see that she flares. I have nothing to do with them. I would rather them be dead.
He actually seems, not quite taken aback, but pleased by that answer. He's like, well, I guess not all tieflings are pieces of shit. Right. So do you know any potential motivations for their actions?
Think you have as good an idea as I do, other than whatever it was they wanted to find something.
Oh, that's not the most helpful answer, but we're in the midst of interrogating them anyway, so we'll get our answers from them. We were just hoping that you guys would know something. Do you have any questions you would like to ask us?
Can I go now?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, man, but you're going to be here for at least a day. But you can go to a different room with your friends. If they are your friends. I'd be surprised.
Well, this room is certainly not full of friends. Think I'd prefer them.
Fair enough, I'll take you back to them then. As you are escorted back to the room. Alright, that leaves Mr. Dog and the construct? He says, turning to Pip.
She grabs Pip on the shoulder. Tagger it. Wait.
Alright. He heads in. Did they do any searching or anything? Or
nope!
what does he have on?
No!
Okay.
That's their mistake!
Alright. He'll try to keep his cloak shut then.
Throws a net over the whole room.
Right. So, let's start with the basics. You're a construct, so I know you can follow basic orders. What is your model number?
Well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? See, I don't quite know my model number. We actually tried to figure that out just the other day. Unless you want to kill me and take me apart, we probably can't find it.
No, I don't have that authority. I don't know who owns you, and I'm not going to risk owing somebody money. Is there a moniker that you go by?
Oh yeah, you can call me Pip.
Pip will do. Are you in need of any... God, this is a construct. We don't have an artificer on hand.
It's alright. You got one in the room with me. I'll be fine.
Okay. God, I don't... Right. So, who owns you?
Well, I'm in the employment of Mr. Verdog, if that counts.
Alright. Mr. Dog is your owner. Glad I definitely did not injure you or try to do any form of disassembling. How long have you served Mr. Dog then?
On paper, about a day. But we did a job for him. I mean...
The guard just like rolls his eyes. Oh! Okay. Why are you in Retbon? Did Mr. Dog purchase you?
Well, no. I was under contract, and now I'm.
Oh, you're one of those sentient ones, motherfuck.
Yeah, that was my reaction too.
All right. Why are you in Retbon?
Well, I was working with guys of Obsanius to do some research for Mr. Verdog, and we were here to return the information that we'd gathered.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you were at the Buskin Hotel, then, I'm assuming. Yes?
Yeah.
Alright. Do you know the suspects of this case? The cultists we brought in?
Nope.
Do you know any potential motivations for their actions?
They probably didn't like Mr. Vidog and didn't want to destroy his building. That's my best guess.
You know what? That is the best answer we have gotten so far to that question. He says as he actually writes it down. Do you have any other information that could be helpful to us?
Oh, well, I did capture one of them. Do you think he's in your custody now, right?
Yes, we're in the midst of interrogating them right now.
Well, hopefully that should be some help.
Thank you, Mr. Pip.
You're welcome. Pleased to meet you.
He looks like he's about to say something, but it's just like, just take the compliment, damn it. Just take the compliment. Alright, we'll bring you back to your room.
Cheers.
Alright, so, Pip, you are escorted back to your room as a moment is taken where Adam is taken out as well, and then brought back in, not but like 5 minutes later, as the guard looks more frustrated than when you were in the room with him as he returns him. As Adam just has like this shit-eating grin on his face.
Why is it so impossible
Can I
to read this,
insight
man?
that grin?
Oh yeah, no, you can absolutely insight that grin.
I'd like to.
Where am I at? Puppy rolls.
I gotta pop in for a minute and say, I fucking love Pip.
Yes!
Thank you.
Not great.
That is also a 5.
Yes!
My joke about it's impossible to read this, man, is true.
Yes!
Me
Yours
too.
is a 5, but mine's a nat
One of
one
these 5 is different than the other.
Yes.
Yes.
So, both of you just look at Adam and you're just like, I have no idea why he's smiling like that, and I'm scared.
I'm glad we are all here to have a good time.
Alright, well, the guard captain, it should, the dwarvish individual that 3 of you recognize, right, the guard captain is on his way. He should be here in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy your stay. It looks like he has not recognized you guys yet, by the way.
There's a lot of haze in that room, apparently.
Yes, remember, he was a dream haze addict.
Yeah.
I give him a thumbs up.
Now he's going to roll the insight. Wrong page.
Yeah, because Tama hasn't come out or anything.
Yeah, that he would remember. Because that fucker gnawed a little fucking hole in him.
And guys had his helmet up at the time, so.
Let's see. That will just be a... Nope! Nope! Not a damn thing!
It's so nice to have prisoners that aren't being assholes.
Yep. So, you guys are left to your own means in the room. The guards at the door do occasionally ask you, like, do you need anything, like, do you require water? Do you need, like, a blanket or something? Or do you need to use the restroom?
Water.
Yes, it won't be good water. You know that for...
Yeah.
Callie, you've been in prison before,
It's gonna be
you know.
mostly sand and a little bit of water.
Three people, at least 3 people in this room who are PCs have been in prison before and know enough to go, yeah, I know not to drink the water.
Speaking of which, Shush would like water.
Yeah, okay. Shush, you are served a water skin filled with water. It tastes a little funky.
Shush no longer wants water.
And as you, I will actually say this, as you have drinking the water, Adam will actually turn to you and says, just be patient with food and water. I'll provide something later. I promise.
Hang on, $10. $10 says I don't have it prepared.
Alright.
I do! I cast Purify Finish.
Okay, no! It's perfect! And yeah, no, the water is perfectly serviceable now.
Drink the water.
Yeah, no, it tastes fine. It tastes fine. Alright. Eventually, after you've all been questioned, you've been waiting here for quite some time, you see an individual approaching the door. He's dressed in something a bit fancier than leathers and mails that the other guards have been wearing so far. He's wearing a set of half-plate over fine silk robes with a scimitar that looks more ornate than functional. He's a bit on the older side, having more gray to his hair and mustache than the black, but he still seems combat capable. The man walks up as the guards give him a salute, and he introduces himself. Good evening, ladies and ladies. He says, looking at, acknowledging the Bethnet as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Guard Captain Tariq Bali. History check from everybody. DC is actually 10 because you've been in town long enough that you may have heard the name come up in conversation. Alright, that's a pass from Shush, a pass from Callie, a pass from Gaius. I just need one from Pip.
Just working on it. There we go. My sheet was having problems. Okay.
Alright, yeah, no. Very good. The last name Bali is familiar. And the reason why that name is familiar is because the Viceroy of the city and the captain of Retbon's military is Viceroy Sumit Bali. You can probably assume they might actually be related in some way, form, or fashion.
Promising.
Alright, he doesn't quite shoo the guards. I should point out, Locke and Volt are here. They've just been sitting at the door, like right next to the door, not saying a damn thing, as they do. Tariq actually gives a bow towards Radag as he's like, my most extreme apologies. Yes, there's probably no. Tariq turns to Adam, giving him a bow. He's like, my most extreme apologies, sir. I didn't realize what was going on, and I apologize for any rough treatment that my guards may have given you or these individuals in your company. He says with a somewhat charming smile. I will defend their actions, saying that it is their duty to bring you in, though I put the blame on myself for anything bad that may have happened. I've heard about the terrorist attack. Adam smiles as he actually gets up for a moment, and returning the bow. He says, I accept the apology. I just have a few questions that I need to have answered. The first is, how is your brother doing? I know he oversees Retbon's military forces. Oh, not doing too well, actually. He recently took a pike to the rib that was coated in wyvern poison, and he's currently recovering from that injury. Nasty, says Adam, giving a nod. Right, second question for you. What do you intend to do with the others that were brought in with us? After we've finished our interrogation of them, we're going to take those that aren't magically inclined into the local internment camps, and those that are magically inclined, we will be transferring them to the internment camps in Svarga, so that they can serve out the rest of their sentencing for what they've done. Insight on Adam when he says that.
Ugh. Why?
Wow, Gaius actually managed to glean something.
Fuck you, roll 20.
Pip is one short. As a shush. Yeah, Gaius, he actually seems a bit sad when he says that. Like, it's not overt sadness, but like, that's tragic to hear.
That's a shame.
Yes. Very well, then that's acceptable consequences for what they've done. My last question is probably my most important one. Weren't you informed that I would be here today? When he says that, Tariq looks like a bit frightened. Like, oh fuck, did I fuck up? What the fuck? Adam continues. I sent a message the day prior to both Diamond Arm and Samit that I would be arriving and to increase security in the city. Tariq calms down a bit when he says that. He's like, well then, that's not a surprise that my brother wasn't able to say anything. He's been indisposed, and Diamond Arm has actually been put in charge of keeping up with his messages for him while he's indisposed. Adam nods his head to size. That's acceptable. I understand how that goes. I am a bit surprised that the Vizier did not say anything about that. He says, rubbing his beard and then giving it a scratch before he admits, I'm not one to call the Vizier into question, mind you. I'm certain that if he didn't say anything, he either forgot or it got lost in the bureaucracy of it all. Another insight on Adam on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Shush. It's a slight furrowing in his eyebrows. He ain't buying it.
I'm refreshing.
Right. So, he says, addressing the rest of you now, I hate to do such things, but it is standard procedure, which I cannot break under the purviews that I don't want my own legs broken. a bit of humor there. No one's actually going to break my legs. Anyway, those involved in a terrorist attack must be held at a guard station for at least a day to ensure their safety. Given what my guards have already extracted from the captives they brought in, it'd probably be in all of your best interests, in fact, if you were just to stay here while we comb through the streets to make sure there aren't any more of them lying in wait for you. Adam actually seems quiet at that, just kind of sitting quietly and minding his own business, but this is a chance for you all to respond with what you might want to say. And I will mute myself so that if Sam wants to say something, she can.
If Adam is quiet, then Shush is quiet. He's just gonna like, all right, whatever's happening. This is my day now.
Gaius nods, but is clearly like thinking.
Callie is unsettled, but basically waiting for Adam's take on it. But clearly just not comfortable.
Pip is definitely shutting up because he knows he's not good in these sort of situations and will probably make things worse.
All right. No, that's perfect. Mostly what Adam does is he just sits there quietly as you notice that everyone else that's been working with him previously seems to be following suit. Eric is not saying a damn thing. Fang, who normally would make a quip in such moments, is even actually being quiet as well.
Yeah, Kelly definitely would have also looked at him, like, knowing how he's handled things. If he's quiet, it's quiet time.
Tarek says, Tarek chimes in, he's like, alright, well, since there are no real complaints, I'll make sure that most of your needs are taken care of, and, you guys hear a small ruckus coming from behind him, as it's like, the sound of, like hurried footsteps is what you guys hear. As you see, Tarek actually puts his hand to his scimitar, which begins to coat with frost. As a skinny red-skinned tiefling with horns that have very clearly been clipped down, thin circular glasses, roughage on his face, almost like kind of a goatee, and I wouldn't say slick back hair, but it's like actually well-shaven, things considered. He's dressed in formal robes and he's carrying like several scrolls with him. Tarek removes his hand from his sword as the tiefling takes a moment to catch his breath. He's like, oh, pardon me, I am Deowain. What's your business here, and how did my guards let you get past here? The tiefling straightens himself up and says, apologies. Formal introductions are not my strongest suit when I'm not in court, and I'm sorry about that. The moment he mentions the word court, Tarek, like, visibly winces as he's like, oh no. I am Judge Wayne of the High Court, but for this scenario, a representative of ATCG, Advocates for Tieflings, Constructs, and Goblinoids. We received reports that you were bringing in a tiefling from a terrorism incident, and we wanted to make sure that you didn't just decide to pick up a tiefling that happened to be nearby to put the blame on them, and unjustly prison them for your convenience.
The look on Callie's face is just,
Tarek pinches the bridge of his nose. He's like, look, I know what an ATCG is, and the situation has already been cleared up. After a day, all of them will be free to go. When he says that, Dea actually adjusts his glasses. He's like, a day? Why not half a day? Tarek looks him up and down, seeming confused by his own statement, and he's like, standard procedure is a day. Dea pulls out a paper from among his scrolls and he says, standard procedure, yes, but there are special exceptions. Dea turns to you guys as he says, let me ask you all a question. Are you capable of mustering your own security and safety?
Kind of glances around at the entire armed group around us. I believe so.
Well, I'm alive right now, aren't I?
There's a definite question mark on Geis' statement.
Fang, I'm capable of mustering my own security. I am security normally. Eric nods, affirming such things as well, as Adam just points at lock and bolts.
Well, I'm just confused.
I'm Pip.
The guy's just face palms.
Damn it!
Want to high five Pip?
High five, shush.
Dea produces a paper immediately from his from like the pile of scrolls he has as he hands it to Tarek immediately and says, right, half a day of holding then for you to perform a security sweep as by law signed by Diamond Arm himself. A full day is only required in such circumstances that those involved could not muster their own security. Holding them otherwise would be considered unjust. Tarek snatches the paper as he says, I'll just go process this then. Dea gives him a smile and says, the cooperation of the guard with the judicial system is what allows this city to function.
I love paperwork.
So do I! Dea turns as Tarek goes to go busy himself. Dea turns to the rest of you as he actually kind of more addresses the kind of people that you'd expect. He's like, hello there, I am Dea, I'm representative of ATCG. I was just here to make sure that everything is alright for you. Has the city been treating you well? He says, looking at calligraphy, then Pip.
Pip kind of looks at the roof. Well, I put a roof over my head.
Humor. I like that.
She raises an eyebrow. Well, I'm not in chains. That's a start.
Well, we've been very progressive about chaining up tieflings is actually unjust. We're working on getting that handled for goblinoids, but progress, he says nervously. Anyway, I'm sorry, I can't do much more for you. Some laws are fairly concrete, though. We are making strong efforts to make sure things are becoming better for the life of tieflings, constructs, goblinoids, and other races, mind you. He says, looking around the room, I know we call ourselves advocates for tiefling, constructs, and goblinoids, but really we are advocates for all races that have been oppressed by society. As such, at least for your time in Retbon, we'll try to make sure that you are treated as comfortably as possible. If you go to any major city, you should be able to find a TCG representative to aid you.
Did you pull the short stick to end up with this city?
He
And she's gonna incite his response.
Oh, you don't need an insight. It's like written on his face. There's a visible look on his face of absolutely yes. He's like, yeah, Retbon is not exactly the best place. Hey, but if you weren't in Retbon, you wouldn't have met me. Remember me? He says, Ledger says, pointing at him. Oh, that's right. I met you 2 weeks ago at a Viceroy Diamond Arm's party. Correct. It was a fun time with a capital F-U-N.
That pause.
Yes, it was very much that. I appreciated that you came and talked to me, Ledger. I don't normally get people to... It's okay! I'm not one of those judgy assholes! Yes. My escort for the time, the tiefling fellow that was with you, right? I believe he called himself one of the leaders of the organization. Mr. Yacht! It's, Sun Yacht. But I appreciate that you kind of remembered that. Right! Well, it was nice to meet him as well. He was very, very nice to me. As he is nice to many people, he was more than happy to find that you were actually being treated well in your arrangement. Oh, yes, Mr. Adam treats me the best. The best.
Can I incite that?
Yeah.
Yes!
I just turned to him and said the same.
God damn!
19!
Yeah, no, he seems to be being honest about that, actually. Or at least as far as his opinion of of Adam goes, he actually has a positive one. He's like,
Good.
right, well, I'm sure Mr. Sanyat would actually love to, meet with you again at some point. And, well, we're always looking for, people who are interested in joining our advocacy. He says with a nervous smile, oh, no. I couldn't. I have so many obligations on my plate already. Well, that's fair. Don't worry. We will provide generous funding for this marvelous endeavor. I suppose that is enough for... Adam actually chimes in. He's like, you can expect a generous donation in the future from the Adam conglomerate. You can have my assurances on that. Well, wow, that's really generous of you. Nonsense, it's not generosity. You seem to actually treat people with a bit of respect, and it's rare that you get that nowadays. Well, thank you, Mr. Erdog. But if you don't have anything else for us, I was hoping to talk with Tarek about something, arrangements. Right, I'll get out of your hair then, but don't make yourselves strangers if you find yourself in trouble with the law. Just, if you can, given that you have money, I assume, you can probably specifically ask for my courts. I give the fairest trials possible to tieflings, constructs, and goblinoids. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, Mr. Wayne. Right, he says as he nervously backs away and kind of scampers.
Do you mind putting the name in chat
Oh,
for me?
yes, sure. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. I just didn't want to...
It's Dea Wayne, Tariq Bali, Tariq Bali is the guard captain. And then the name that you recognize was, you recognize relation Viceroy Samit Bali. And there's all the name spellings for you. I hope that is helpful.
It is.
All right. Let me go back to my place. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Well,
What?
that was a mistake. I've had the Eastland slideshow going this whole time. Whoops!
I
Yeah.
mean, mostly just been rolling anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine. A lot of rolls were missed. My apologies to people who like to look at the screen to see the rolls.
It's a nice slideshow.
It is a nice slideshow. Right. After Dia takes his leave, Tarek does return, assuring you guys that the paperwork has been done. But before Adam can get a word in edgewise, you hear something like this, something like the sound of a horn being blown. As more so than when Dea walked in, you see his face droop. Like, god damn it.
Callie just kind of looks around. I'm kind of done with today. Can I just go to bed?
Yeah, no, that is the look on his face. He's like, fuck me. A terrorist attack and having to deal with this bullshit. Fuck me. So, after the horn is born, you see an entourage of guards dressed in purples wearing half plates and blazoned with holy fonts on them. Make way, kind of pushing any guards that aren't quick enough to get out of the way to the side. As you see a fire ganassi, trailed by thri-kreen, walking down the path that has been cleared for him. As once the fire ganassi has been sighted, you hear an audible sigh come from Ledger's. Oh no! And
From Ledger?
from Ledger,
Oh,
Pip will
no.
scoot over to Ledger. What's up?
we are about to deal with the most enormous asshole I've ever met.
Great.
How many have you met?
A lot. Insight on Adam as well. I allow so. The 15's actually a pass because it's so obvious at this point. This is like one of those ones where it's like it's so hard for even he has trouble holding it back. And I'm going to actually change the music slightly just for a moment. Pause that and remove it, and we are going to do this. The 15 for the insight had you determine Adam is disappointed. Like, not a small bit. Very disappointed.
This is not the person he expected to see.
Nailed it.
Gotcha.
So,
She's gonna sit on the bench then.
yeah.
Just not even respectfully, just plopped on the bench.
So this fire ganassi that you see, he is rather tall. At least, I would say he's shorter. He's shorter than Pip by about a couple of inches, but still fairly tall. At least as far as standards of the Eastland would go. His outfit is a scarlet robe, similar in design to Adam's, though his robes are in shades of dark blue and white. His eyes are a fiery yellow, and his skin is I guess cinnabar is actually the correct color, like dark red. His hair is bright orange, and he's ordained with jewelry around his neck, ankles, wrist, and he even is wearing a small tiara, which he uses to kind of keep his hair pulled back and out of his face. As he exclaims as he enters the cell, "Ugh! It smells so bad in here." Looks around. Ah, yes, a kinku, some constructs, a group of lizards, and a tiefling. No wonder it reeks in here. Adam.
Shush waits.
Yep.
Under her breath, Callie's like, smelled fine till you got here.
Adam addresses him. He's like, "I asked for Vizier Diamond Arm. And I am a Diamond Arm. Viceroy de Peak Ugg Diamond Arm? Or is it that a Viceroy suddenly isn't good enough for you? Let me be more clear. I asked for your husband, not you. Sorry, my husband's busy with council work and currently out of town as of this morning, so you'll just have to settle for me, Adam." Adam lets out a slight sigh. "Very well, then. I'm not some noble who's come to complain about every petty trifle or inconvenience. Could have fooled me with the man of the gods insistent that it was urgent. I sent a message that I would be here to Diamond Arm yesterday, as well as having a message delivered to him 2 weeks ago personally at your party by my trusted assistant Ledger that I might stop by and asked for additional security. I paid for it even." "I don't recall such a thing." Ledger, you hear like a click come from him. Well, yes, I suppose I can arrange for some increase in guards if that's what he requires. As the click ends. I imagine you didn't hear that because he spent most of his time at the party associating anybody but you. Not that such a thing was very obvious, and I wouldn't be concerned if I were in your shoes if my husband was spending time with other people's, but, that's just a statement that I'm making. Vaguely. In your direction.
Kelly's covering your mouth.
The look on the Viceroy's face kind of sours a bit. And he's like, must have slipped his mind. We do talk to each other about everything. There's a lot going on right now that you wouldn't understand, given your normal reclusiveness, he says, aiming it towards Adam. It's not a surprise that you're out of the loop of what's happening. Well, that slip nearly cost my associates and potentially my own life and caused immense damage to a property I own in the city, as well as a neighboring property. Oh, tragic! I'll let him know that when he gets back that you're upset. I keep warning you all, and you won't listen. It's the Black Sun cult. Ugh, again with this nonsense. Cultists and mercenaries are a dime a dozen. Look, you got some in this room right here. And just because some group calls themselves the Brown Star or whatever, you get your robes in a bunch. Perhaps if you spent less time in bad company and more times at parties with people of your caliber, you'd be liked enough for members of the council to take such ramblings seriously. I have not always kept the best company, but nowadays the people whom I get close to are those whom I'm certain that I could place my trust in. Not being able to attend parties is something I wish weren't the case, but running as many businesses as I do, I don't have the time and end up spending most of my nights alone or handling business. Well, that's certainly not surprising that you spend your nights alone. Rumor was back when you did attend parties, you were always a parasite. And only because you were former Viceroy Chishiro's representative did anybody tolerate you. I guess we're all better off that he's dead if we look at not having to deal with you being socially awkward, if not an amusing piece to mock at parties. I'd like everyone to roll me an insight.
I was about to ask, can I insight?
Makes sense.
Anybody else just guys in calligraphy?
That's about what I expected.
Alright. Nope, that's fine. Guys in calligraphy. Guys, you notice that Adam's brow immediately furrows. Calligraphy, you notice just for a moment that his eyes go from like their regular, what he's glamored them to be, to snake pupils for just a moment.
Guys is just sitting back here going, I thought I left this sort of drama when I left the college.
Adam curtly readjusts himself. I always do send a representative to go in my stead, because while I'm too busy to attend, I don't wish anyone to think that I don't value the invitation. It is nice to get invited to things. It is odd, though, that before you became Viceroy, that many of them never seemed to see you at eye level. Do your knees still hurt after so many years of garnering favor in such a manner? The two look as if they're about to kill one another, as you notice the thri-kreen standing behind Viceroy Diamond Arm are beginning to move, as are Locke and Volt. As Leisure steps in and says, "Well, we'll send you the bill, sir!" Stepping in between the two. Adam seems to regain his composure as he's like, "Right, thank you, Ledger. The Beskin Hotel was properly insured, and while I'm forgiving for the lack of security, I expect compensation for the damages to my property." Deepak, I suppose you're entitled to that. I'll contact the Treasury Department tomorrow morning. I hope your stay here in this cell suits you. As he turns coat and marches himself out. And I'll go ahead and stop that music now. And start back the other music.
once they're sufficiently out of earshot, guys is just gonna mutter, well, now that Kamala's company is left,
Whew.
Ledger, you were correct.
Ledger gives a smile. I tend to be from time to time. That man knows how to get under my skin, says Adam. Right, he turns to the Coast Guard. Can you retrieve Tarek for me? I need to have a word with him, just for a tiny bit. Eventually, Tarek is retrieved as Adam seems to be asking him for permission for something, as Tarek begrudgingly agrees to let it happen. As Adam produces a silver spoon, a slab of polished marble, and a small white portcullis. As he seems to chant something, as a door appears on like the opposite end of this. Well, not like on the entryway to the cell, but kind of like on the back end, where like in between some of the benches. And he's like, "Right, I dislike these accommodations here, and I dislike more the company I've thus far been forced to deal with. So, if I get to choose my company, would you like to enter inside?" He says.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he said.
Yeah. I mean, like, can you see what's on the other side?
Not right now. It appears as a bright light.
And I say that because obviously Callie's a little sus of it, just because. But
if that's the case, Adam explains. It's just a spell. It's called Magnificent Mansion. On the other side is a personal estate of my own design, where there are beds, food, and other amenities waiting for us.
Head towards the light, my child.
you first, confused. And she's gonna push Shush through the door first and then follow.
Alright, let me scroll down.
Shush stumbles into the light, I guess.
People follow, trying not to laugh.
Alright!
Guys just with a smile is like, I don't know if those words are exactly comforting.
Right. As you guys kind of walk past the bright light, and enter through the actual threshold, what awaits you on the other side is this marvelous garden. Which with very nicely chained, it starts with a T, like trim bushes. Fuck. Topiary, I think is the right word for it.
Topiary animals, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Topiary animals, mostly in the shape of ill cuckoos, but a few in like some extravagant shape. There are a couple of dragons in there as well. Clearly indicating the kind of animals that Adam likely likes. And he's like, well, welcome to, my estate. Make yourself at home. He says, if you follow me to, well, where we can receive service. I know we haven't had dinner yet. I have water, food, and if you require service, simply ask of it and, it will be provided. You don't have to ask me, actually. Just ask the air. Go ahead, give it a try.
Callie will put her hand, I guess, to say, basmati rice.
I guess that's what they would call it there. I don't know.
All right. When you say that, there's like a slight ringing sound. And he's like, looks like your order has been put in. When your basmati rice is ready, it will be served to you.
I want an apple.
Finally, some good fucking food.
You've been waiting to say that. All right. Shush. It doesn't take too long. You hear the same ding sound, but after 5 minutes, you see an apple just like levitating its way towards you, as it just kind of floats in front of you for a moment.
Oh god, it's after me.
No. It's it's an invisible servant.
Yes, you should run away from it. She's just watching intently.
But I want the apple.
Then take the apple.
No,
Says
you should
Adam.
run. No, go ahead, run.
No, I take the apple.
All right. You take the apple. It is nice red and very crisp. When you bite into it, it is very sweet, not mealy at all in texture, although it is very juicy.
I'm glad I did not run away from this apple.
For at least as long as the spell lasts, you can ask the estate here for such amenities if you require them. There are beds upstairs when you guys require. See, Fang doesn't let him finish. I would like a hunk of ham, like an entire flank of it. There's a slight dinging sound as Adam says, "Yes, Fang, like that. Thank you." "Of course, sir. Love me ham. Don't get to have it often. Doesn't hold as long as I like it to. Unless I put in beans. You got beans. I would like beans."
Where does the food come from?
It's magically produced.
Does it taste right?
Well, if you're wondering if it tastes right, just ask Shush. Did the apple taste good?
It's a good apple.
No, I need to find out for myself.
Shush offers you his apple.
No, I don't want an apple. I want my rice.
All right. Adam says, before I let you guys off to your own devices, I would like to have a word with you inside the dining room. He thinks for a moment as he raises a finger. A dinner feast for everyone here, if you would. As there's a slight dinging sound, he's like, "That should be ready soon. For the meantime, let's go to the dining area," he says with a smile.
That's a lot of ham.
Fuck, you're not wrong. Alright. You guys head to the dining area, which currently there are a bunch of silver plates set up with all manner of silverware, candelabra upon the table, a nice red... I know why you gave me that look, and you're the one in the wrong for that. A nice red silken cloth upon the table, crystalline chandeliers hanging up, and there are windows that let you see outside where you can see a series of fountains. A series of fountains not too far away, and it also allows you a nice look at the garden, where you can see there's a nice area set out there where one could have tea if they desired. As Adam says, "Right, priority for a feast," he says as he raises a finger. "Priority for feast, brings tea and biscuits first, if you would." You hear the dinging sound again, as this time it's less than a minute passes, and then hot tea is brought out, along with a tray of biscuits. As Adam says, "It's an appetizer, if you will. I hope you guys like grey tea."
Guys would take it gladly. Any type of tea is good as long as it's not oversweetened.
Oversweetened how?
I went to a college with many gnomes. They found a way.
You know what? You don't need to say anything else. I understand. There's a reason why. I don't hate gnomes, mind you. They're actually very kind people. They're just very eccentric, and that can make them difficult to work with.
Guys just nods. The eccentricity brings new ideas, but sometimes, you know.
He gives a nod. Not too long after the tea is brought up, a cup of basmati rice is brought to Callie, as well as a giant hunk of ham is just slapped in front of Fang, along with a pot of beans. And Fang's like, "It's exactly what I wanted."
Yeah, you'll see. She's just pinching it off and eating it like just.
It tastes
like rain.
It's exactly what you wanted. Both consistency, stickiness, and flavor wise.
Oh.
It reminds you of home in a good way.
She kind of curls up like a gremlin.
Oh god! Callie's going full gremlin. As Adam says, "Pleasant. Right. So while we're waiting for the feast," he says, pouring himself a cup of tea as he takes a sip, as the glamour that had been going releases again, revealing his normal, the shape in which he introduced himself to you guys as. He's like, "Let's get this underway. As of this afternoon, you all officially have licenses He says, directing this at Calligraphy, Pip, Shush, and Gaius. You'll officially have licenses under the Atom Conglomerate, which authorizes you to use the city teleportation gates. Your contracted business name was suggested by Ledger, as Ledger chimes in, the Relic Runners! He's like, right, the Relic Runners. I will have more things coming for you in the future, but paperwork has to be finalized and authenticated first.
Will we have anything to verify this employment if we're asked, like a badge or paperwork or anything like that?
You will receive a badge, which I'd be very careful not to lose that. I would replace it if you did lose it, but I would charge you for it.
Mm-hmm. Works for me.
Right. I apologize for the rudeness that you had to witness between me and Viceroy Diamond Arm. I don't get along well with him, as you may have noticed.
I remember during my time at the College of Relic, there were some students that came from particularly influential families who did not learn proper manners, let's say. He reminded me of them.
He assumes he has the best manners, mind you, and unfortunately, because of the sway he holds, no one has had the goal to correct him.
There are a lot of shitheads in the world.
That is a blunt way of putting it, yes. And an accurate way, says Ledger. Yes, and accurate. Thank you, Ledger. While otherwise annoying to deal with, it did affirm something of mine. I've been deeply suspicious for a while now that members of the council are likely in the pocket of the Black Sun cult. Technically, that wasn't definitive, but what just happened with Diamond Arm, both Vizier and Viceroy, mind you, shows to me that they are either both very negligent or conspirators. Or they just don't like you, says Ledger, pointing towards Adam with a smile. Right, or they don't like me, which I suppose I should get used to that, he says, trying to fake a smile.
You get used to it.
I would strengthen your theory given the odd timing of wither poisoning at the same time.
Yes, that was a strange coincidence, wasn't it? I'm changing the music, by the way, to something a bit more better.
I never did hear the context of why that happened.
Well, it's something I will be able to find out. I know that he often serves himself. I know that the Viceroy oftentimes serves himself on the front lines, preferring to actually be a part of the action. He controls the military aspect of the city, while by some form of nepotism, no offense meant towards the Bali family, Tarek runs the guard side of things.
Tarek seems fine as far as I could read him, at the very least.
I've known Tarek since he was young, actually. His brother's actually not a bad person either as far as my inclinations go. A bit focused on the military aspect and can be a bit harsh towards goblins, but years of fighting goblins on the front line will do that to a man.
Well, I got along a little better with the gods than I thought I would. Normally I have a bad time.
I hate to be the person to say it. Ledger is the one. That is because you were with Mr. Radog. Otherwise, they would have treated you like absolute garbage.
I figured.
He turns to Ledger for a moment as you see them kind of briefly kind of have like a quiet aside. As Ledger's like, right, I will busy myself with something else. You have a wonderful time here. Let me know if anything business related happens, Mr. Radog. Thank you so much. Eric, do you mind going with Ledger for a bit, and Fang and Teferi as well? I would very much appreciate that. As they all kind of like, as Fang's just like, we're gonna miss out on the feast though, aren't we? I'll have a separate feast prepared for you. I just need to talk with these four privately, if you don't mind. I suppose that's fair enough. I trust you, Mr. Dog, he says, gives a nod. Eric seems to be giving him a distrusting stare, actually, as he walks away. Not saying anything, but clearly, no insight needed, unhappy that he's been shooed away. As Adam turns to the rest of you, as he's like, right. So, more details about the job. He says only after he's made sure that everyone's cleared the room and such. Right, more details about the job. First off, my apologies. I didn't intend to... I know what I said earlier. I didn't intend to use you all as a test for the circumstances, or to test if there's some sort of conspiracy going on. It unfortunately just happened to play out that way. An informative way, but a negative way.
I mean, I'm not too bothered. We got information, right?
Correct. I would be wary with dealing with the viceroys and the viziers. It is, as I said, becoming increasingly clear to me that many of them cannot be trusted. Right, details of the plan. He actually pulls out 4 tickets as he hands them to you.
What's all this then?
Examining ticket.
These are tickets for the Desert Express. History check DC 5 for all of you. With advantage to boot.
Go for all. Gee, thanks.
I'm
Oh, wait,
Double ones,
that's
go.
good.
everyone passed. The Desert Express is an easy recognizable name for all of you guys. It's a large chain of express sandboats that take people from location to location. Pretty much, it's not a private. Informatively, it's not a private boat. It's pretty much, if anything, it'd probably be how Shush got to Aduna in the first place. Or like how most people would get around. It's like a copper to ride it, normally.
So more like a ferry.
Yeah, it's like a ferry. He's like, right, I have secured you all tickets for the Desert Express. When you arrive in Gwimgram tomorrow morning, that is at least the plan, you should be immediately able, since the ports for Gwimgram are located near the teleportation gate, you should immediately be able to make your way to any Desert Express that is there and get a ride to Moralthi.
All right.
Now, if you were to ask me why your tickets, you may have noticed, are not private, and I'm not getting a private booking, it is because I have booked too many private lodgings so far, and is likely beginning to draw some suspicion on you all. So, in an attempt to try and divert this, I'm booking you public.
Sounds about the same amount of safety anyway.
Unfortunately, yes, though there are some advantages to traveling public, and I'll get to those in a little bit.
I tend to blend in a little better in a crowd anyway than by myself on the street or a boat.
Correct. Not being in private lodgings means you have more an opportunity to blend in. Once you guys arrive in Moralthi, though, I do have a bit of unfortunate for you. Just once again, trying not to leave a large paper trail or to make it obvious, too inherently obvious that you're working for me. Once you get to Moralthi, you'll have to provide your own lodgings. But I have arranged for a contact for you in Moralthi to meet with you all. Once you feel settled in the town, my bad, there is a bar called Nieseltheep's Spirits and Spritzes. I'm going to put that in chat for you.
Thank you.
Guys, you can actually roll a history on that one with advantage. You've been there before. It's not a terrible place. It was actually a favorite drinking spot for Rufus.
What was Niesel? Is Nieselthiep the last name of the owner?
Nieselthiep is the first name of the owner.
Oh, okay. I had to make sure because I was going to know him by first name at that point.
Yeah, you know, and you do know the owner. The owner is... Alright, I'm going to say the word. A Snurfneblin.
Ah, yes.
I hope I pronounced that correctly.
It's enough that I know what it is, so that's good enough, I think.
Yeah. Rather than a standard gnome, he is a Snurfneblin. You know a bit about him. He's actually a very nice guy, despite the fact that he came from the Underdark. A bit crazy, but all gnomes are a bit crazy in their own way.
Yeah. Ah, yes, old Niesel's place.
Right, I figured that you'd been there before. At Nieselthiep's Spirits and Spritzes, there's an air ganassi that goes by Cyclone. And he should be waiting there for you. He should be the only air ganassi there. And he knows how to get in contact with Rumpus, Rufus's son, should you guys require such things. And this is the first time you've been given Rufus's son's name.
Kind of nods slightly. That would be appreciated.
I expect you'll probably want to get a feel for everything else before you immediately go to Cyclone when you arrive in Morality, which is fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Though, I know, at least from what Cyclone has told me, Rumpus has his own personal interest in getting into his father's laboratory, so you actually are in luck in that. Don't know what exactly Rumpus wants, because Cyclone has been vague about that, but that's something for you to discover if you decide that it's worth your time.
An opportunity for teamwork rather than just talking our way in. And that.
Ooh. Sorry. Right. The other thing is, as he reaches into a small satchel that he has at his side, as he produces 3 potions, handing one to Shush, one to Calligraphy, and one to Gaius. As he says, these are polyform potions. They last 24 hours and should briefly polymorph you into a humanoid shape, as these are humanoid brand. For Calligraphy and Gaius, it should turn you into a human for the 24-hour duration. For Shush, it will turn you into a halfling.
Time to examine the potion.
Half hour?
24 hours.
24 hours. Okay. Oh boy.
I assume that by now they might be beginning to start to recognize you, so by taking on a different guise, so to speak, you should be able to elude them. They probably haven't had enough time to actually learn your names, so a bit more subterfuge, he says, kind of with a slight smirk on his face.
She's not looking at his face, she's just looking at the potion.
What's a good
Guys.
halfling name?
Suppose I'll just wear a hat then. I mean,
I was going to work on that with you, Pip. We need to get a bit creative because you can't exactly drink a polyform potion. Perhaps we could attach some scrap metal to you, make you look a bit bulkier.
something like that could work.
Guys are just squinting at the potion. Is like, maybe get me in on it. I could potentially help.
I've had to use disguises a few times before. It shouldn't be too hard.
I can help paint him.
Well, your Calligraphy is willing to pitch in as well. This is good. Before you drink the polyform potions, I want to let you know a couple of things about it. I use them myself. They usually do the trick when illusion magic won't suffice. They taste absolutely vile. It is probably the most disgusting potion I've ever drinking, and I've drinking potions of giant strength before. Giant toenails taste better than that.
I
She
wonder
looks
what
at
it
him in
is.
disbelief.
Well, the giant toenail ones actually taste slightly sweet. Don't know how they managed to do that. But those things taste like soured milk mixed with pickled herrings, with a heaping of garbage tossed in for good measure. Oh, and it squirms on the way down.
Pleasant.
Shush starts like shaking his potion.
When you shake it, you notice it kind of shakes opposite to how you're shaking it. Almost like it's a living entity on its own.
That goes against the very laws of science.
He shakes it again.
Of course he's amused with it.
Yeah, no, she's holding it delicately.
Right. In the morning, I would just ask that I would instruct you to drink the polyform potions, and at least when you're at the teleportation gates, make sure you use your actual names, but an alias is perfectly acceptable for when you're riding on the Desert Express.
Mm-hmm.
Desert Express should, given that this one is this one is actually a express one from Gwimgram to Moralty, should take you a day to get from Gwimgram to Moralty, rather than the typical 2 to 3 days, which if you had to, ship hop. I understand I've done a lot of talking in your stead and made a lot of arrangements without your asking. Do you have any questions for me? I don't intend to just be some mysterious face that you have to interact with the entire time. I think I've done enough of that for a very long time.
Not a question, but an observation that I didn't share with the gods exactly. They asked if there was a specific motivation for the attack, and I said that we hadn't overheard anything specific, and by the time we had to leave, it was collapsing. But they specifically knew you were there already.
I'm been curious about that myself, if I'm being honest. The only people that should have known that I was coming to the city was potentially the guard, but we found out that that wasn't the case. But in those things, it would have only been Sumit Bali and Arrow Diamond Arm would have been the only ones to know that I was coming. Well, you would have known that I was coming as well as Eric, Fang, and etc. But I actually trust you all.
And the owner of the building once you made the call downstairs.
Correct, though I did not tell him when I'd be arriving, and then I booked it under an alias so that he wouldn't know. It's suspicious, I know. I'm worried.
Pip will ask some stuff. It's going to be mostly... Okay, this is going to be a weird thing I'm going to try to do, because I have no idea if it'll work, but this guy's pretty smart, so I think it might. I'm going to ask stupid questions, basically, like what kind of accommodations will we have on the boat, how many people are going to be there, how long's the ride, like basically a lot of annoying, dumb questions, but I'm going to use Thieves' Cant, and I'm trying to hide other meaning in the questions, and I want to basically asking him, can I have a few minutes to talk to you privately at some point today? And I don't know if he'll catch it, but that's what I'm going to try to do.
I'll allow him to roll an insight on it if you can find that acceptable.
Yeah, that works.
Once again, rolling from the wrong one. Adam, I need you to roll me an insight, buddy. That is a skill he is very good at. $24. He catches your drift.
Okay, cool.
He's like, yes, no, in his own kind of delicate way, he phrases that he will in fact give you a moment after dinner to talk with him.
Okay. In that case, is the food here already?
As you are having this conversation, yes, the food is delivered. It is an opulent feast of roasted swine, decadent fruits of many different varieties. You see kiwis, which some of you may or may not be familiar with, mangoes, mango ice cream, several different varieties of wine, as well as lots of au-gratin, different kinds of naan, some of which are like different colors, as well as a bunch of different curries, and more basmati rice is served specifically for Cali.
Okay.
God, I can't believe they roasted these little endangered animals.
She says, looking at the
Poor
kiwi.
And
Yeah,
one,
they're delicious.
one more thing I want to throw out. So since Pip can't eat, obviously, he's gonna spend his time while the others are eating. He'll pull out the book that I bought. It's just like a blank book and his ink pen, and actually the letter he got before. He's gonna probably make sure he's not near Shush while he's doing this. And on a weird hunch, I'm gonna have him try to copy the handwriting, see how similar it is to his own or not, with the language in the note.
Ooh.
If it makes you feel any better, Shush is concentrating on the food harder than he's ever concentrated on his life.
No, that
As he's trying to figure out what a halfling name is.
no, that's perfect. All right. Give me just a moment to gather myself back up, because
Yeah, she's absolutely just tearing into everything.
yeah, no, it is very tasty. There's no just for described meal for there's no wine there that is not sweet. Though one is very clearly so alcoholic that when you put it to your nose, you're like, oh god, I think I'm gonna get drunk off the smell of that. Most of the meat is well cooked and it remains hot. It's almost like these dishes
Are magical?
in some way, form, or fashion, and keep the food hot, but keep the cold dishes cold because the ice cream doesn't melt either.
Ice cream that never melts. Made out of tofu.
Ham hock tea leaf.
Pip, what I would like for you, do you have proficiency in forgery kit?
No.
Then just roll me a investigation.
Yeah, it's mostly to see how, like, he's not necessarily trying to copy it, he's just trying to write in his own writing and see if it's, like, similar or not, so yeah.
Alright, just investigation will do.
Okay.
It is similar to your handwriting.
Okay.
It's not exact, but it is very similar.
Interesting. Okay, definitely gonna have more questions after the dinner.
Alright. After dinner is done, Adam gives a smile, snaps his finger as you see everything levitate off the table and begin to kind of put itself away. And he's like, there is a pool outside if you wish to make use of the pool. There's also a... Oh, what did the person who described it to me? Jacuzzi? It's very nice. It's got warm, bubbling water in it. And you can just sit in there.
Uzi, no.
A Southland's invention, I think?
I think so. At least that's where the idea is traditionally inspired from. It's very similar to the traditional hot springs that we have here. I like a hot spring more myself, but you can't always. You deal with what you have.
Mm-hmm.
So make use of the jacuzzi.
I do have one more thing I would like to say.
Yes.
Observing Eric in this circumstance, I don't know how much longer you should keep things from him. The distrust is not one way, as it were, and it's fairly clear. And the longer you're toying with someone, the more likely they are to disagree, I believe. At least that's my opinion.
His face doesn't show any kind of expression or anything, but he gives you a nod. He's like, I think I'll talk to Eric tonight then. After I take care of another arrangement. Pip, I think I need to just show you some... I want to show you what we have available to work with in stock, like I said earlier. And then you can bring that to Gaius and you guys can fashion some form of disguise.
Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you...
Overstock, no.
Shush, calligraphy, Gaius, is there anything I can get for you that you don't think you can summon on your own?
No, and I'm sorry to have maybe overstepped there.
No. We are working together, and I put my trust in you. If you think that this is it's dangerous to leave Eric in the dark, then I will at least speak with him briefly to get him somewhat up to speed.
I feel that some information may help. It's just, I worry. You know.
I'm a cautious person myself, so I understand. All right. So before I get into Pip and Adam's one-on-one, we're gonna take a brief break here. Because I need some water and a bit of honey. Then when we come back, I will ask what Shush, Calligraphy, and Geis are doing, and then we'll handle this Pip scene. How's that sound for everybody?
Sounds good.
Sounds
Okay.
okay.
All right. I will start break music then. All right, and I'll put on the slideshow.
Because we haven't seen enough of that today.
Yeah, I know, right? You guys had 45 minutes of it at the beginning, but you're getting more now.
No cheating.
All right, I'll be right back. If you have any questions or comments, I should be back soon enough to answer them.
You just had to get a deep gnome in on this, didn't you?
I love Sir Nephilim's, man. They're fucking crazy as shit.
They are, but god damn it, they are that crazy.
I
That
know.
kind of crazy.
Hey, it's worse. It could be a kindling, or whatever the fuck they're called.
Kinder?
Kinder.
Thank you.
They got changed.
Not really.
The
They're-
world doesn't automatically love them.
No,
I
that's
just-
still there.
I fucking
Ah.
hate. See, my thing
That's
is
the
I
one
actually.
thing that they need to get rid of.
Kaze from the cave, help me with the halfling name.
All right, I will be back.
That'll
Speaking
be.
of which, I discovered that I have settings I might be able to do to kill some of the caviness.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. I'll be right back though.
Where's she here? What was it? Signal cleanup. Yeah, gate. Looks like it can help remove unwanted ambient noise that's lower. I guess
No,
that's what...
so that's not gonna help with like reverb. That's
Oh,
more
yeah.
like a door closing from across the house.
Ah.
That kind of stuff.
You know which one of these things might be useful for reverb then?
Inside, are you looking at Discord settings?
No, I'm looking at the Logitech signal cleanup.
Oh, you got the
Stuff.
Logitech. Okay. Logitech.
I got a Blue Yeti.
I have 59% battery left. Oh, I can't even look at those settings anymore because I don't use the Blue Yeti mic anymore. Whoops. There must be a way. Blue voice. I'm not I don't think there's going to be settings that fix it because that's kind of why like podcast people and YouTube people put so much shit in their rooms
All that
because
foam
there's
and
because of-
whatnot.
well, not even just the foam, but like you're sitting in the middle of a large room, right?
Yeah, it's my living room.
Right. So how empty is your living room?
If we discount the enormous amount of boxes
Right.
from all the crap, there's literally nothing besides a
Right. So you don't have any, and you're kind of sitting in the middle. You're not like against the wall.
I am up against a wall, kind of a
So-
little alcovey
Right.
bit
So
in it.
the reason people have foam is because foam is the best at it, but because all you have is wall isn't good at absorption, and so just having stuff on the wall, like counters and bookshelves and those kind of things, will absorb the sound.
Yeah,
and he kind
this sort of loading.
and he kind of had nothing.
I'm back.
All that
I love the
showing
amount of
breaks up
crap
the
that
noise.
they have there.
Very cool.
It does. It makes the noise better. There's no reverb when it's bouncing off marketing.
So basically, I should try to get some stuff.
Yeah, differently shaped stuff.
Yeah, pictures, bookshelves, put books in the bookshelves, displays, Dungeons and Dragons books, a karaoke machine, speakers.
Karaoke machine.
Yeah, it's hip, right? You're in Austin.
It's something you have in your house,
They
right?
like they like music.
Oh Jesus! You think I'm gonna actually be like one of these people around here? Oh my god!
What are you gonna do when your friends come over?
Play
My
the
friends
karaoke
will have to
machine.
travel 3 hours at least to come to see me.
Sir, I am at least 13 hours from you.
And you are 13 hours. And hell, in this particular room, there are Canadians who are, have to get a fucking passport. So in all likelihood, nobody's coming to see me. I'm going up to Dallas to see them.
It's not that bad. It's like 4 hours to go see my parents in Galveston.
I have returned.
What's up?
Welcome back.
Kaze, you enjoying listening in so far, buddy?
Oh yeah.
It's not too boring.
No.
Who's your
Matter
favorite
of fact,
character?
somehow, some way, getting to listen to you guys finally gave me the inspiration I needed to figure out the ass end of my medium fighter, which I have been struggling with all day yesterday.
Very nice.
Who's your favorite character?
Oh, favorite character so far is Pip.
Nice.
Yeah.
He makes you
I
laugh.
have no doubts that Shush will steal my heart at some point, but so far Pip. And I wish I could have listened to everything before this, but unfortunately, yeah, I gotta have quiet at work just because I might hear something.
Right.
Yeah, guys is quiet.
At this moment.
Also, now you can read the context of the bird pictures.
Right. I can understand why the bird pictures were
They
posted.
were Eastland.
Oh, bird teeth?
Because he smiled.
But birds do have teeth like that.
Yeah. They're dinosaurs.
Yeah. All right.
We had an
keep a
entire
goose.
character last season.
Look up a picture of a goose. You'll see some bird teeth.
Yeah, that's actually the picture that was shared. It's in a different chat.
Ah,
so before I get back into this, I should ask, are there any comments, questions, or concerns before we just get started? Like something you need to ask right now?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and stop the slideshow and stop the break music and get right back into it. Break music gone. All right. So, Shush, Calligraphy, and Guys, what are you guys doing while Pip is having his little aside? I will start with Shush. What you doing? You having a whole mansion to explore.
Shush will try and stay with the group, but otherwise, like he'd follow them. But if they followed him, then he'd like find a steadier somewhere. And he's got like this big old roll of paper with like names crossed out, and then like one is circled, and so he has Overdale up in the corner, and then otherwise he's just like keeps writing down stupid names and he's just marking them out.
All right, I like that. Gaius, what you doing?
A study or someplace with books might be interesting, but
Absolutely,
he's actually
is a
examining
study.
his potion.
Yes.
Just trying to figure out exactly what sort of constituent parts, how it works.
I will. Do you have proficiency with? Oh, I need. There's a specific one. I know I can use Arcana, but there's another one that I could use to give you advantage on it if you have proficiency with it. What tools are you proficient with?
My tools are thieves' tools, tinkerer's tools, lever worker's tools, and smith.
Okay, then.
But I also have the item,
Which item?
the +1 all-purpose, +0 all-purpose tool. Sorry.
Okay, I just need to recall what the all-purpose tool does. All-purpose tool. Screwdriver. It's an action you can. Cantrip that you don't know. For 8 hours, you can cast a cantrip. It counts as artificer. Okay. Hold on, so you can. I think it can function. It does. All right. It can be any tool. I believe was.
Mhm.
Variety has a variety of tools. Okay, that's open ended. Of course it is. Oh, you can touch it and transform it into any type of artisan tools. Okay, yeah, no. So,
Yeah.
for purposes, yes, you can transform it into whatever the tools that would you need. So you can roll this with advantage. It's an Arcana check.
All right.
Double 12s. All right, 17. That is not a pass. I'm sorry.
Damn. I can glean something, maybe.
Yeah, no. What's something I can give away about an ingredient of this without it being? Because I have my list of ingredients for making this potion because I knew someone would be interested in it.
It sure does have liquid in it.
And it
It
has
has some liquid component.
Does it? Because I shake it and that don't look like liquid.
You know what? I'll give you it. There's some sort of slime component to it, and I don't mean like
Gelatinous cube.
no, I don't mean actually. Yes, that actually is the nature of I'm going of.
Oh.
It's not the nature of like it's like some sort of slime mold or something. No, it's like gelatinous
It's an
cube kind of. Yeah, slime was used as a component in this.
Moving slime of some sort.
That probably explains the taste.
Also the movement.
Yep.
Mhm.
Calligraphy. What are you doing?
So she's gonna.
She's probably to go out of the building and to the gardens area, I guess, because stuffy building no feel good.
No, I understand.
She's just kind of going to thoughtfully go out to the like garden area. I assume there's like a bench or some stuff like that for sitting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So she'll just kind of sit, but she's going to face the mansion, kind of eyeballing it a little, but she's going to like set the potion down next to her and hold out her hand for Tama.
Alright.
And just kind of interact with them a little and maybe pull out her flute and play.
Alright,
Try to-
bonus check for that.
Yeah, because she's trying to calm down.
I would note that Tama looks at the potion nervously himself. Like, he can tell it's giving you anxiety, so he's like, what's wrong with this thing?
Well, he was there.
Yes,
Yes, but why is it? I only get this one chance, I think. And then she'll grab her flute and play. Oh, that's charisma flat?
Yeah.
Okay. Ew. She is sharp noting it.
No, it makes sense. But it makes sense for the reason why. It's like you're not in the right mind and headset, so you can't really focus on playing, so you keep playing it poorly.
Yeah.
I'll give you something for that. I'll give something for everyone in just a little bit, now that I know what you three are doing. But first, we're going to go with Pip. Pip, you've arranged for a private meeting with Adam.
Yeah.
As he takes you into a private quarters of him with a desk not unlike the one that you saw him sitting at the Buskin Hotel. Though this room is far more accommodating. A bookshelf is behind him. There are no windows in this room, though there is a fireplace. No rug near the fireplace because, God forbid, a fire hazard happen. But there's a nice comfy chair in the corner, as well as a chair that's in front of him.
Does he sit?
Yes, he sits at a chair that's kind of like on the opposite end of the desk.
Alright, Pip won't sit immediately, he'll probably be pacing a little bit. Right, magic house, how protected are we in here? Any kind of scrying, any kind of, eavesdropping, listening, anything like that? How private?
Magic Mansion creates an extra dimensional space. It can't be scryed upon, and it can't be, to put it lightly, we're very secure.
Right, okay. He'll calm down a bit and stop pacing, and he'll take a seat. Okay, I trust you. If you wanted me or mine dead, you would probably be dead a long time ago. And I've no reason to disbelieve anything you've said. You've shown great concern when I showed you that message that we found in the ruins and all that. So I think it's okay that I show you this. He pulls out the note, currently folded. Hasn't opened it yet. I found a note in my room, and there's something a little odd about it. And then he'll unfurl it, showing the fact that it's written in Gith. Did you put that there, or did someone else? Because I've got a hunch.
He slides the note a bit closer to himself, looks at it. I suppose this is as good a time as any to mention I can read Gith, but I can't write it.
Right. So there were only a few people in that room that could have overheard our conversation. And I don't think anyone there wrote it then. And then there's only one other hunch I have. Either Shush did somehow, due to his weird item, or maybe I did. There's been some situations where I haven't quite got control of myself. I don't know if that's gotten round. I nearly killed Shush even on that same day.
Let me guess, it was from exposure to the item he's carrying.
Right, I just wanted to have a look at it, and then I kind of I even cuffed myself to try and stop any movements, but I just broke straight through him.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snicker there.
No, it's funny. Almost killed the bird.
That's a little less funny.
Well, I mean, he can take care of himself. I'm sure if we fought, he'd probably beat me up pretty good.
My goal would be that neither of you beat the other one up, if I can request that.
Right, no, no intention to. I'm just, anyway, I don't know, maybe could I have wrote that, or I don't know who else could have. I don't remember where it came from. It's kind of concerning, right? I mean, your place was pretty secure, at least until it wasn't.
Right. I don't know, actually, and that makes me a bit nervous. I know I didn't write it, and as far as I'm aware, nobody in my company wrote it, or at least I didn't pay enough attention to notice if anyone did. As far as I've known, the only other person I've met who knows Gith in a manner is, well, there's you, there's Qatar. I taught Ledger how to read it as well for purposes, but I don't believe he knows how to write it either.
Right, okay. Pip will gently take the note back. Well, anyway, that's a mystery, but that aside, do you know anything about that whole thing I've got where I can't quite keep myself in check? I'd rather not attack the bird.
I imagine that it has something to do with... and I feel mean saying it. Your original programming.
Right.
You were... If I'm understanding the situation correctly, you were supposed to be fighting and killing Saskimet Nefkinir, correct?
Yeah, as far as I can tell from what we've uncovered, that's about right.
It is perhaps deeply ingrained in your subconscious programming, most likely, given your construct nature, that you want to just eliminate it in any way, form, and fashion, down to the smallest minuscule detail. The skull is simply a trigger for such things for you.
It doesn't quite seem entirely instinctual, though. In combat, I've had memories crop up and thoughts and things. It's not I guess it's not quite a fully realized person like I am, but there's definitely something more there than just kill, 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 and I'm not quite sure how to meet a middle ground with it.
Do you remember much of who you were before you were Pip? If there was a person before Pip.
I do remember bits and pieces. I remember I had a friend. I remember a lot of other friends who are quite dead. I remember a lot of bad things, a lot of death, and a lot of architecture and things like that. There was definitely someone there. But as far as I could tell when we... Oh.
Do you think that that person is still in there somewhere? Just not on the surface?
It's possible. I mean, if it's rest and control when it sees things that wake it up, you know, like the skull, then yeah, probably.
Do you think that this is a hazard thing that we should be addressed, or do you think that you would be okay?
It's definitely been more helpful than harmful. It's a much better fighter when it's active. I'd just rather not kill the bird.
Shush has made his decision, to put it in the most nice way possible. And he's been very clear with me that he's prepared to accept the circumstances of such thing. That being stated, I'd still wish for you to exercise as much self-control as you can.
Well, I did manage to stop it before anything bad happened, so maybe I can do that again.
You've been able to stop it. How many times have you had incidents?
Kind of lost count. There were quite a few times when we were in the ruins where my arm blade came out, and that time in Shush's room is the only time I seem to have acted against anyone in our little group. Otherwise, it's been...
Was he standing in the way of the skull by any chance? Because I might be able to give some leeway that it's simply that it was an obstacle sort of situation.
UA, was he in the way? I don't remember.
He stepped in the way later, I think.
I think so. Yeah, that makes sense.
He
Okay.
revealed it, and then when you went to attack, he hid it.
Right,
Maybe.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was, he tried to get in the way of it and hide it.
Well, it seems to me then that your anger was not aimed at Shush, but once again, it's still at the skull. I think you can be trusted in the company of your friends.
Well, then everything's fine then.
Well, I'm not quite saying that either. I don't think everything's fine and dandy as much as I wish that was the case.
That's how I'm coping.
I think this is a situation that you will need to monitor. I want to say by ear, but honestly, I technically don't have those, and neither do you.
Yeah, that's about right. Not really sure where to go from here, though. I mean, maybe I'll write myself a note and see if I write one back or something. I don't know.
I suggest that. I put it a 50-50, honestly, myself. 50% chance that somebody else wrote it, and then a 50% chance that you wrote it yourself.
Yeah, just, it's hard, because I can't tell the others, or else, Shush's skull might hear, which is kind of awkward.
It's listening.
I think so. I mean, hasn't it given him some instructions? He did tell us a little bit.
Well, I knew it was sentient, and I knew that it's got a grasp on his soul, but I wasn't aware that it was able to actively listen in on us. I'll have to keep that security measure in mind going forward.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't exactly get to examine it or talk to it or anything, but presumably it must have some way, either through Shush telling him things or it hearing things, otherwise it wouldn't really be able to function, right?
Roll me an insight on Adam when you say that.
Okay.
No, you get nothing.
Okay.
His space remains the exact same as it has been the entire time you're conversating. Very even leveled.
Pip kind of rubs the side of his shiny dome. Oh, and that's part of the reason I wanted to look at it. I mean, it's been a really long time, and I've changed quite a bit. I thought maybe the skull might have, I could make amends or something, but that obviously didn't go well.
You think you need to apologize to him?
No. It's more like, leave it in the past, you know? I don't know what, I mean, I know what several centuries in a cave can do to you.
I feel awkward even saying this, but simply that I've observed it to be true. The past has a nasty habit of creeping its way back into the present.
Yeah.
If you feel that you can control yourself around the skull, to not harm Shush and jeopardize the mission, then I will defer to your judgment on such. If not, if you're truly concerned that this shadow personality of yours has more control than you want it to have, I can try to look into something to see if maybe we can separate it out of you. Maybe talk to a skilled artificer whose profession and expertise is in the cognizance of constructs.
I don't know. I don't really want to remove it. I mean, it's part of me. When we went to a church in the city, and we're talking about sparks and all that. sentient constructs and all that nonsense. And well, I mean, there was only one spark, right? It wouldn't be right to take away part of it. I am who I am.
This is actually the first I'm hearing of this. Explain this spark thing to me. He says he actually looks genuinely interested.
Pip will go into an explanation very similar to the one in the church, and just sort of basically repeat what he was told, with a lot of like ifs, ands, and ums as he tries to recall the information. Probably doing a much worse job than the actual religious guy.
This is actually not the first time I've heard this hymnox be mentioned. I didn't realize that it was that big of a deal, but I apparently need to pay more attention to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's, I'm not going to be giving away information that I shouldn't on our trips, but I guess if I find out more about it, I might ask you if I can ask, or can pass along some of that info to the church.
He's thinking hard on that one.
Of course, it depends what we find, right? I mean, this isn't like a blanket statement of, yeah, can I do it? It's more like, hey, if we find something harmless, then sure, but if it ends up being a god that's probably better left buried, then of course we'd leave it buried.
And there are gods that meet that criteria.
I mean, I don't know much. I don't know much.
You've described this hymnox. No, you're fine. From the way you've described this hymnox, he doesn't seem to be harmful. But he's also young.
It's also from the construct perspective. I mean, I know that a lot of people, my people, that is, back then, worshipped him, and they're all quite dead, as far as I can tell. So that's, I mean, there might be a reason for that. Who knows?
That has been a curiosity of mine for a very long time, of why everything collapsed the way it did. We know the what by this point, but the why is the question I don't have answered, and that bothers me more.
Oh, I'm sure if I stick with the group, we'll find out eventually.
I certainly hope so. Is there anything else I can help you with, Pip? Obviously, I'm going to make sure that I keep my word to keep up make sure our conversation came off as private, and provide you with some metal parts. I'm sure there's some hanging around here somewhere.
Well, yeah, I think that's about it. We'll just find some stuff to make it seem like we're actually talking about my disguise. And people get up and trying to find some stuff, like the metal parts and things.
As you're sitting there looking for the metal part, Adam does add one more thing, as he's like, I think it's going to be okay.
I hope so. For once.
That for once weighs very heavy on me as well. As he mostly remains silent afterwards. But eventually you do find some, like, bulky metal, like, Mega Man style gauntlets that you can, like, clasp around parts of you, and, like, a big old thick helmet chunk you can place on top of you. And it's like, I think this will do.
Good.
Alright, we are going to move along. Guys, you are currently reading in the library, trying to, determine a little bit of this potion stuff, as, Eric enters the library. As, he closes the door quietly behind him, looks around, sees you there. Oh! Gaius, I wasn't expecting anybody else to be here.
No, it's fine. You're looking up something as well.
Actually, I was just reading to calm my nerves and to get away from Vefnet and Aura for a little bit. He says as he nervously scratches the back of his head.
Oh? Not the best company at times?
Oh no, they're amazing company. It's just Aura and Vefnet are both very loud.
Ah, yes. The kind to retreat to the library when there's a moment of clamor, then.
Correct. I can sit here in silence if you prefer as well, if you also would like to do some quiet reading. Otherwise, you can otherwise just ignore me. Unless you have questions for me.
questions, no, just general thoughts right now. I'm trying to understand a certain type of magic.
Well, what's itching on your brain?
Currently I'm just looking into the differences between illusion and alteration, given...
Oh, you mean the polyform potion?
Mm-hmm.
I can see it in your hand. Sorry.
Yes, it kind of motions down to it. I don't really,
That's actually transmutation magic.
Because you need to focus on the books, I can pick up on this.
It functions similar to the polymorph spell. It's very limited. Essentially, I know Adam drinks them from time to time. He had me get a stock of them for him for the situations where he can't use illusion magic. Well, drinking a potion like that, you... how do I put this? If you don't mind me pontificating just a slight bit, the difference between drinking a potion versus casting a spell. When you drink a potion like that, it's harder for that to be dispelled. And it's harder for that to be detected through magic. Now, if you walk through like an anti-magic field, obviously it's going to be dispelled. Like that's just how anti-magic works. But like, it's subtle enough.
Something to do with the material foundation of it, perhaps, than the arcane?
Yes. Also, it creates it so that you do not have to concentrate on a spell, and I'm sure you're very aware. Concentration, being able to concentrate on a spell without having to inconvenience yourself with, so you need to cast another spell, very valuable.
Not fun. It's part of why I prefer to do snap magic, as I tend to refer to it.
I'm a practitioner of the hard magics myself, so...
I'm just wondering some aspects about it, given the alteration to the human state. Kind of glances down, it's like, would it actually return me to my original state, or something new?
That is an interesting question. And I actually want to know the answer to that myself.
Well, perhaps in the morning we'll be able to find out together. But I'm just musing over the implications of either answer, you know?
Right. It's also easy for me to forget that, yes, you are originally human. Mm-hmm. Does the concept of being turned back into a human feel unpleasant to you?
Kind of considers unpleasant? No. Odd? Yes. And that's perhaps interesting in and of itself. I mean, it's only been a relatively short time, comparatively. I mean, several decades human.
Do you miss being human?
Kind of pauses and then looks off in the distance. Others do more than me.
I see. You're actually very happy with your new self, then.
It's practical. It's fascinating. And I do intend to keep my word to, you know...
I genuinely enjoy the concept of one being comfortable in one's own skin.
Yes. It's just the discomfort of others that makes it somewhat frustrating.
I suppose I have an opinion on that of they just need to mind their own fucking business, but you know, that's a personal opinion.
I put it more gently when that was raised, but yes.
Sorry for the crude language there. Aura, I spent a lot of time around Aura, and we've had to have that discussion with people about what kind of dragonborn he is.
He just chuckles. No, it's fine. I may seem like I'm proper, but when push comes to shove, I have also used the cruder language when words fail.
Yeah, when words fail, there is a word that will often work. A singular word, and it starts with F.
The most versatile word in language.
Yeah. As for that polyform potion, though, I've had to drink one before. I don't envy your position.
I've heard as much and was warned as such.
Try not to vomit.
That's the goal. I'm also wondering if there's some aspect beyond the ingredients that causes that reaction, like on a metaphysical or philosophical.
Well, it
scale.
is a perversion of the actual polymorph spell, so I imagine that has some manners to do with why it feels more uncomfortable. Because normally when you cast a polymorph spell, a spell that actually is on my spell list, mind you, you can choose the shape of animal that you become. This one, it takes the choice out of the matter and it forces you into a form.
Plus, it's very similar to the Alter Self spell.
Yes.
I've read about it before.
I've used the Alter Self spell in the past, so I wouldn't have to do some infiltration. He says with a bit of a sly grin.
The subterfuge angle of this.
Yes, I'm actually kind of a fan of the subterfuge. The spy thing is kind of cool to me.
It's not always a bad thing to have some subtlety, but it's just the excess, you know?
Right. And also the subterfuge aspect of it is interesting to me. Infiltrating an organization to get a bunch of information seems kind of cool on conceptual level.
Kind of nodding. Isn't... Can I insight here?
Yeah, absolutely! Ooh, that's a 20. He does seem very excited about this in a, almost frightening kind of way. Like, he's way too excited by the prospect.
A little too eager.
Yes.
He'll chuckle slightly. Well, as much as it's thrilling to read about, personally I find the digging up information a little bit more interesting. The subtlety is hard for me, I'll say that.
Right, I guess the reason why I find it more interesting is because normally when you're doing subterfuge, you get the luxury of staying in buildings, whereas when I have to do archaeology of some kind, he says, gesturing at you, it normally involves sitting in the hot desert for days, wondering if I have enough food and water to survive.
And then he just raises his finger. One of the luxuries of the Dragonborn change. A little more durable to the sun.
I do not have that luxury.
He glances at the clothes. He was wearing mostly white, right?
Yeah.
Well, you've got the start of it, at the very least.
Oh no, I've become accustomed to desert life. I know how to survive. It's just... sometimes you just really want some shade.
Mm-hmm. That's why he taps his armor. There is a element of a cooling system in this that I've been trying to work on off and on. Occasionally goes on the fritz, but it's worth investing in.
Well, I mean, I typically don't like to wear too much armor. I prefer something light, if anything. So normally when I wear heavy armor, it interferes with my magics.
Actually, then, guys, his pause rubbing his chin. If you consider mithril, it's both extremely
and incredibly expensive.
That is the downside, but with a lattice of it, it actually distributes heat relatively well. It's not exactly great armor, but
Adam does owe me something at this point. I can ask him if he can get me some mithril armor. Oh, speaking of that kind of thing, Adam did mention that I'm going to have to make a stop by Iduna to pick up your the stuff that you all ordered and have it shipped to where is it that he said you guys are going? Moralthi. So your equipment that you've all been purchasing so far will all be shipped to Moralthi for you. Should be waiting for you when you get there. I have access to the teleportation spell, so it's not really a problem for me to get around.
I'll get that someday, I think.
Right. He pulls a book off the shelf. It's simply named "The Wonders of Desert Life," and he's like, "I'm just going to." He shakes the book.
And going back to silently reading and note taking.
All right. we will go to... Shush! We'll go to you next. Shush, so you are sitting in the, well, I mean, you're sitting in the study as, you're probably sitting in an adjacent study just to, if you don't mind me just doing that, so that conversation is a little less awkward.
Sure.
Alright. You're sitting in an adjacent study, kind of, you probably even pulled a name book off a shelf and you're just going, no, no, no.
No. No.
As you are approached by Ledger. Why, hello there, Shush. What are you doing there?
I have to be a pretend halfling, and I don't know any halflings named Shush. So I need a new name.
Well, what have you got so far that you like?
Overdale sounds nice.
Overdale. Is that a last name or a first name?
Well, I think it's a last name.
That does sound like a last name to me.
And then I had like Ravencrest. So I was like, no, that's a bird. I can't put a bird in there. That's cheating.
That's not really cheating, and it would make for a hilarious joke.
You raise a good point. How funny is the joke?
On a scale of 1 to 5, I'd give it 4.
I thought of that one already.
God damn you!
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
4 is not a very big number.
Out of 5, it's a big number.
Oh, well, that's true.
That's like an 80% on a test, and that's passing. Unless you have those kind of parents, in which case, that's failure.
Names are hard.
Things are very hard, like my body.
Names are hard. Not things.
Oh, names! Names, yes, names can be very hard to pronounce.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I can help. What kind of name are you going for? You want something that has got that new car look to it. Sorry, not reverse change car. Change car with sandboat. Sorry, brain would not stop.
You just kept
That
going.
new wagon sense.
Something that's got that new wagon name to it. Or are you looking for something that's classic? Or are you going for something like a new age jazz style?
I want to be forgettable. That's what a doppelganger name or a pseudonym is for, right? You gotta be forgettable.
That is correct. Well, if that's the case, we would choose a name that is very common for this region. Let's see, what name do I hear a lot? Miten! Miten is a name I hear a lot.
For a halfling?
In this area? Absolutely! Call yourself Miten Patel. No one will know a fucking thing.
It's true though.
That sounds oddly specific.
Yes, you can also just go by Mr. Patel. I promise you, it's the most generic and forgettable name ever. It's very similar to when you hear someone named John Smith from Central, which also would not be a bad halfling name. What are you inciting?
Life at this point.
He got too real with the name choice, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm getting the feeling that it's actually a bad idea to get advice from you.
Why would you feel that? I give amazing advice. Like, my financial advices have increased profit margin by more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, but that's your job.
Yes, it is my job to help people.
Hmm.
I am helping.
John Smith, huh?
John Smith is a great name. You could also go with Bob Smith or John Jangle Jingerheimer Smith.
That sounds like a gnome name.
That does sound like a gnome name. Hold on.
I'm not there.
I know you're not there, but
Jingle,
In the distance.
Jingleheimer.
Huh, I hear a gnome's name being said for some reason.
Just hearing gnomes anywhere just causes alarms to go off.
everyone looks around.
Like,
Fuck!
in the house, there's like klaxons, gnome alert.
Another good name.
Bill. Oh. No.
I mean, if you called you Bill for short.
It'd be Bill Overdale. No. Bill is a duck beak. It has to be Bill.
Alton Bill. Read Bill.
What's
Double
Well-
bird joke.
well? No, you would do Reed, like Reed Creek or Reed. It had to be Bill Reed something. Reed. We could triple down bird and just be Bill Reed Feather.
I love it. It is amazing. Oh, they will speak of your ingenuity. Except they won't, because they won't remember you. I remembered that you said that.
Well, I suppose that's a step in the right direction.
But yes, I love this Bill Reed Feather. I can see him not being anywhere in the papers at all.
Just kind of like blinks.
Would you require more assistance? Shush. Or should I say, Bill Wink Wink?
I think if I do, I'll get the invisible servant to do it.
Fair enough. You have a wonderful day, sir. As he walks away, I am so helpful.
Yes, I was actually looking things up, trying to.
I hope I'm not this annoying when I'm helping people.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and move to calligraphy.
Okay, Bulbul is actually the name of a bird. Bulbul. Fun fact.
Wow, Bulby Bulbul.
Bilbo Boble.
Oh fuck!
You're like halfway to Bobo at this point.
And you know what? It is actually. It looks like it's actually an Eastern type bird. So yeah, no, it should fit.
Alright. Calligraphy.
Okay.
So, as you are sitting outside, kind of,
Squawking with my flute.
squawking with your flute, running towards you, you see Vethnet, the lizard folk, and she's like, "Who's killing somebody out here?"
Think I'm accidentally killing some music here. It just stops playing.
I think that in these kinds of situations that I've been told by both Eric and Aura, an apology is in order. I'm sure it was beautiful music. I simply have no appreciation for it.
No, it sounded worse than a dying ill cuckoo. And then she kind of like scoffs at the how awful that is to say when it's an ill cuckoo bone flute.
I suppose that's fair. What are you doing out here away from everybody else?
Just trying to process something. And she kind of looks down at the potion and she picks it up. This thing, apparently, I need to drink it tomorrow.
You need to drink a bottle of curdled milk. That sounds awful.
It does sound awful. But apparently it's going to make me look human. So that I don't draw attention to us as we travel.
And that's a problem.
Drawing attention? No, I mean, I've been stuck doing that for years.
You don't seem too noticeable to me.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It was intended to be.
Dying over here, sorry. Yeah, well, apparently, if I'm human, then we're less traceable. But I'm not sure how that's going to go. Being human.
Well, according to Eric, being human sucks. You're much squishier than something like me. You also don't have a tail, or claws, or fangs, so in battle, it's harder to tear apart your foes.
The difference is you don't have to fight as often. When you are accepted in the society that you live in, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Never been that way. It's just always been, oh look, she has horns. She's clearly shitty thing that made a pact with devils.
Did you make a pact with devils?
No.
Then they're stupid. That's like when people point at me and say I'm scaly and I have fangs and claws, so I'm going to eat them. I'm not going to eat them. Unless they're dead.
Good thing to clarify.
Look, I'm not a liar.
Didn't think you were.
Just like people shouldn't think that you're a bad person just because of the way you look. People who think that way are assholes.
And there are a lot of assholes in the world, but I don't know.
Yeah, Fang has said as much to me as well. He says what's important is you find the people that you feel comfortable around. Are there people that you feel comfortable around?
She looks at the mansion and then back and just shrugs. I mean, I'm just working here. Comfort is money, I guess.
She kind of sits there thinking about what you said for a little bit. Money is comfort, but only goes so far. Just like... I hate to even say this, because it's me admitting that Fang is right about something. Like when he says violence is not always the answer. He's right, as much as I hate to admit it. Our tribes would not have unified if he had not called for us to no longer use the violence.
The violence.
I love how it has a "the" in front of it. No. It solves some things, but often causes more of its kind. That's definitely just fucking life. Violence and more violence, and then avoid violence until you don't have a choice.
That sounds like peace.
Can be peace. For a time. I guess this technically is considered a time of peace. Not very peaceful, is it?
Not from my perspective, no. In fact, even with the harshness that we have in the Southland jungles, I argue that we enjoy better peace there than we do here in the Eastlands. However, the money that can be used to make our lives better in the Southlands can only be made here in the Eastlands. It's about finding purpose and not worrying about the small details all the time.
I suppose. Depends on a perspective of what is a small detail versus a large detail. A day versus a year. Or many years.
She puts a clawed hand on your shoulders as she's like, I have spent many years learning the art of war, fighting, killing enemies, and making many cower beneath my intimidating tactics. It has not always been enjoyable. And I can say this to you, and if you tell Fang, I'll rip your throat out! But when he makes me delicious meals that he has learned how to make from his travels, I feel a sense of joy from it. But you don't tell him that!
Not mine to tell.
Good. She points at the potion. I don't think that is going to make you feel better about yourself.
I'm not sure. It's only for 24 hours. We'll see. But I don't think there is such a thing to make me feel good about myself. That's just... I just gotta keep going.
For me, feeling good about oneself comes from being happy and proud of oneself. I am happy because I am lizard person. I am happy because I am considered valuable enough that Eric wants to keep me as a companion. I am happy because I live another day. You must find the value in the small things to become great things.
Can't feel pride in being a tiefling. It's a curse. But every day I will kill cultists. I will chase them down until the end. So that there are not more cursed in the same way.
And that will bring you happiness?
Well, I think more than happiness, it would just give someone a life I didn't get to have.
A noble endeavor. If you were to say such a thing to Aura, he would compliment you on having outstanding character. For me, though, that's too sentimental. Don't understand that shit.
Yeah. In the end, it's just kill the bad. Hope it does something for someone else. But in the end, is it really selfless?
That is a question bigger than I can answer.
Fair. I don't know the fucking answer either, so I just keep at it. We'll see how this adventure turns out, I suppose.
I hope by the end of your adventure you have become happier with yourself. Because the person I am looking at right now does not seem very happy. And that... I wouldn't say it makes me sad. But it makes me want to punch
I don't
something in
want
the
your
face.
Good, I don't need your fucking pity.
I
And she
don't blame
grins.
you. Good. How about we go punch something in the face to make ourselves feel better?
I'm up for that. And she puts away the potion. Just kind of like... Is invigorated the right word? Something like that. Yeah.
Alright. Unfortunately, the person that Vefnet takes you to immediately is Fang, to whom she immediately punches in the face. To to which he does not understand, but he also does not complain.
Okay, where is Fang right now?
Jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi. Is there something else she can punch? I mean, it's a place of magic, so like it's going to be dissimilated, right? In the end,
like a statue or something.
yeah.
Or punch a topiary bird.
Yeah. Let's do that. Actually, because if she attempts to punch anything, it's not going to do anything anyway.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Callie goes down on some topiary.
She just a fucking dragon. She's got to fight a dragon, obviously.
Oh God, of course.
It's got to be a dragon, not a no cuckoo.
Luckily for you, despite the fact that you destroy some topiary, nothing bad happens because at the very least, at the end of the day, this place is gonna disappear anyway because it's magically created. You're just an asshole. But I respect it.
She talks to the air. Dragon bush.
All right.
She's like trying to respawn.
Is there anything else anybody wants to do before you guys go to bed for the night?
Go ahead.
I have one thing, but Sam, you can go first.
All right.
Oh.
Sam?
I was going to see if Callie can kind of search out Adam
Okay.
for a chat.
Pip, what do you want to do?
He's just gonna write, quote unquote, himself a note and see if anything happens before he goes into Sentry's Rest. That's all.
All right.
I'll put it in the chat.
All right. Well, I will say this: calligraphy. You are able to find Adam somewhere. Essentially, you probably either you either call a servant to do it, or you have.
I find Ledger first.
Yeah.
Because you can't not hear him.
Yeah. And you manage to arrange a meeting with Adam as you are led to private quarters. As he takes a moment, sits down, and he's like, Miss Calligraphy, I don't believe I've had a private conversation with you that I can recall. Is there something you need?
I have so many questions.
Well, eventually you will need to get some rest, so hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Yeah, this headache definitely tells me I need to take a rest. I guess I will start with... How much is it to get these potions?
500 gold pieces a potion.
You could see her face droop. I see. Second question. That last name, Chishiro's last name.
He kind of leans in on the table as he stares at you. Yes, what about his last name?
It's a very familiar last name.
I'm reading that out loud later. All right. Could you repeat what you said? Because I got that slammed me.
That's good.
It's a very familiar last name. I feel like I should know who this person was.
I suppose the last name is very familiar to you. Are you asking of what relation he is to your family?
Yes. I don't think I've ever heard that name before. Just obviously Kabuki. I know too well.
He is technically your grand uncle, your grandfather's brother.
If she could go paler, she probably would. I see.
They were people of entirely different characters. I assure you that any misgivings you have about your grandfather, your granduncle had no such misgivings at all to him.
It's incredible how different two people can be then. Awful. I don't know how you hired me then without feeling bitterness at me.
You are not your grandfather. You are your own person with your own agenda, so to speak. If I'm being honest with you, and with no insult, originally I wanted to hire your father, but he declined the offer.
Snooty bastard.
Well, he has something more important he's trying to do, and I have a bit of admiration for what it is he's trying to do. And I'd be damned and be quite the asshole to pull him away from it.
Right. He's always busy doing something, right?
Being
I'm
fair,
surprised.
Being fair, Chishiro was also a very busy person as well. Being a viceroy who is actually adamant about doing their job actually will keep you busy.
If you say so. I don't know much, but I certainly know that you have a lot of connections. And I'm very surprised that you haven't pulled any of them to purge this world of two very awful individuals.
I've lived a very long life, and I know a lot of people. Your statement that I do spread quite a wide web is not inaccurate. However, I've learned that you can't just pull the web down in order to kill the spider.
I wouldn't say this is nearly as beautiful as a spider's web.
Correct. It's more the toxicity of a spider's venom, now isn't it?
Just teeth grit, like just like that locked jaw gritting.
It is worth noting there are also things that I can and cannot do even with my influence. I may be able to do a lot with my money, however, in the political sphere of things, it doesn't mean everything. The matriarchy and the council will always be able to outweigh anything that I want. And if they're feeling particularly spiteful, they can find ways to harm me monetarily and limit my powers. And that way I have to be wise. And Chishiro taught me that.
I suppose you have to be delicate with the strings.
If it were my choice, though, and I say this to you in privacy, I would have killed your grandfather myself. I would have strangled him with my bare hands. But such things are not something I would ever say out loud. Now would I?
I suppose that would be improper.
Very improper. But a desire is a desire, and the matriarchy thinks it's more fit for him to suffer than for him to be put to a quick death.
Not sure if he's suffering so much as everyone is suffering his existence. But I've already been told I don't get to make that decision.
The world is that way, isn't it? Is there anything else you would like to know about Chishiro? I do have rather fond things I can say about him.
I'm actually sorry, my brain just decided to go, oh yeah, you had a list of things and they're gone now.
Yep.
I guess I would like to hear what kind of person he was. Maybe not now, it is late. And I've already brought up uncomfortable things.
I appreciate somebody wanting to learn about him. Another time, though, as you said. Go and get some rest, calligraphy. You'll need it for the journey tomorrow.
Yes. Rest. She kind of just like rubs her thumb over where she has the potion tucked and is just like, yeah, I'm not sleeping.
I'll send you some chamomile tea.
I appreciate it.
All right. Now, Robot, would you mind reading that?
Yes. Hip has left a note near himself when he's going to Sentry's Rest, and it says, "Dear other me, I acknowledge you exist. Did you write the letter? Let's try to work together. Pip."
Yes!
A diplomat, a natural diplomat.
Things not to bring up in therapy.
This is what negative charisma looks like.
Oh my god.
So is this other Pip in the room with us right now? What? No, he's inside me.
It only comes out when I'm asleep.
Where did he touch you?
Is this and you say this other Pip is the violent one? He's the one who breaks things.
Yeah, he has red eyes.
Is other Pip the one who's trying to kill your friend Shush?
Yes, actually.
Oh, God.
Yes, I see. Scribble.
All right. You all, unless anyone has something else they want to do during the night, which I'm going to give you. This is your moment to say so. Speak now, forever hold your peace.
How do you hold peace?
You write the word peace on a piece of paper and then you put it in a basket.
No, that's something a crazy robot would do.
Yes.
And then you push it down a river because someone will get it somewhere, but not you.
I'm going to give you
There
peace.
will not be peace in this home.
Yes. So, nothing else? Alright. You guys gained the benefit of a long rest. All of your spell slots are restored, all your abilities are refreshed, and all your HPs are restored to full.
Okay.
Each one of you was given your own individual room.
Okay.
That being said,
if not, someone please respond to Pip's letter because that would be hilarious.
Pip, when you wake up in the morning, your letter is actually gone.
Interesting. Is there any sign of entry, or?
There is no sign of entry, and your sentries. While you were doing your sentry's rest, I did, obviously use your passive perception. You did not notice anything.
And is there any blank spot in his memory or anything like that?
Not that he can tell.
Interesting.
Very interesting indeed. That being said, a nice pleasant breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausage, kind of naan, chutney, and if you guys desire, glasses of lassi are all prepared for you guys.
All the things. All of it. She's like doing the Sailor Moon or Goku, whatever you want to call it. Just everything.
And they're
Shonen protagonist appetite.
Yep, shonen
Yeah,
protagonist appetizing it. And all the breakfasts were served to your private quarters. They were kind of placed outside the doorway. And then there was like a quiet knock on the door, but no one was there, and the tray was left there. Eventually, there is a second knock on your door about an hour later, when you guys should have had some time to, prepare, get yourself ready, eating your breakfast.
Oh yeah, do I need to roll my disguise kit?
Yes, you do. Advantage because you were given the pieces.
Okay. It's asking me
I
which
was going to
stat.
help him if he was going to do that
Same.
too. Right?
Yeah, guys, I know that you're going to help him with it as well, but I mean, it would still be the same. It would still be advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, is it intelligence or dex or what is it?
I will say that it should be based on
It would be deception.
what are your 3 highest skills?
Like any skill or is it like related to this?
The
'Cause
3 highest ability scores.
Oh, okay.
Strength, dexterity, and then there's one more.
Yeah, it's strength, dexterity, and constitution. My intelligence and wisdom are the same. Charisma's the worst.
Okay, we will not use. We will actually use your intelligence. You know what, guys, is helping you. You get a +5 bonus.
Okay. Roll20 doesn't know how to do that. So wait, what happened when I clicked it? It went away. Let me try again. We're gonna do advantage. Oh, I see. It's sorry.
Yeah,
it's,
1d20 plus your intelligence, advantage +5 at the end.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I know. I'm stacking it in your favor.
I just add 5 to whatever that rolls.
25.
I mean, to be fair, we're getting a cheat by having a potion.
Yeah, they're pretty much getting a free pass, so I might as well give you all the advantage I can.
Works for me.
All right, so Pip, Gaius does stop by your room, as if you're okay with me saying that bio.
Sounded like Callie wanted to help too.
Yeah.
Well, she had offered to help during the thing, so I don't mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
the
So yeah,
papers.
both essentially they're both helping just clasp on pieces. Gaius is like using his all-purpose tool and smacking the screwdriver against it, and it's just like magically looking like it just works.
Mhm.
It's a feature.
Press this screw, and suddenly you have a nose.
Yeah,
nose.
yes. He gives you a nose, and like they use some of the strips of wire to give you like an afro-looking headpiece.
Oh, she uses like the paints and stuff to like contour his face to actually look like the nose has depth and everything,
Perfect. So yeah, no,
like makeup
Pip,
contour type shit.
you wouldn't be able to recognize yourself when you look in the mirror.
Right. What the hell am I named now? And he kind of looks to the others.
She slaps her hand on your shoulder. Milan Patel.
That sounds a bit complicated for a construct.
You're
B.
B33P.
All right. Works for me.
All right. After
I'm
getting,
assuming this is before potion time.
Yep. After getting Pip's arrangements done there, when do you guys decide to drink your potions? Because that is the important question.
I would imagine after we leave the prison.
Yep, that makes sense. All right, Pip. When you walk out of your room, I will say there's no way that Ledger does not spot you. There's absolutely no way that does not happen.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's getting attention, but not in the. It'll be fine on the boat. He'll get attention for the different reasons rather than being himself.
Right. When Ledger sees you, he looks at your hair and your body. My God, it's beautiful. Damn it!
Oh yeah, they do good work.
He turns to Gaius and calligraphy. Teach me your ways.
Just looks at the screwdriver.
Indeed.
Such luxurious locks of hair. Can I touch it?
Okay.
He touches it. Oh, it's springy. Oh. I would cry. I would.
Will last longer.
I cannot paint pictures. That's why I had to ask calligraphy to make one for me. Calligraphy, can you make a picture of this?
Sure.
Please.
Okay. Shush. Wait, no, that's him.
What?
Quiet.
That's not my name.
That's not my name.
I know. As you guys are having this conversation, Adam comes to kind of clear the. I'm sorry, Ledger, but they don't have time for this. Oh! You'll get over it in an hour, almost certainly. You guys
How
need.
long his attention span lasts?
Say what now?
Is that how long his attention span lasts?
No. That's not an attention span thing. That's how long it'll take before he finds a mirror and just forgets.
You mean like in the other room?
She's gonna look at Ledger and Insight, because he's listening to that, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna Insight the mirror comment.
You may insight it because you heard that specific conversation.
Yeah, because she said it. Specifically to him. Ugh, why am I
Can't tell
garbage?
jack shit. You can't tell shit!
Damn it. I'm too busy being anxious about the potion.
Yep. Alright. When Adam sees Pip, very good disguise. Would never even think you were the same construct. Kudos to... I'm guessing this was a group effort?
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. Good job.
I'm not a fan and I made it.
I am free of guilt and sin.
No, you're not.
Shush.
Yes, that's your name.
Callie's grinning.
Right, we need to get you guys to the teleportation gate before it gets too late and you have to wait extra time for the Desert Express to come and get you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just for the sake of it, Pip will put his cloak and everything recognizable, like, into his bag of holding. Just so that's... Even the cloak's pretty distinct, I think. So, yeah, gotta put that away.
Oh god. We could
an
technically
arcane
put
armor.
Pip into the bag of holding so no one sees.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, you could have
Doesn't
technically
seem to
shoved him in the
disguise.
bag of holding.
But from a game perspective, that's boring. So
Yeah.
we're doing this.
Exactly. This is interesting and cool. Alright,
Also means I can do things on the boat, and not just hang out in a bag.
exactly.
No, I mean to get you out of the jail so no one sees your disguise.
Oh, that's probably smart, actually.
Alright, so
But
yeah. But then that'll raise suspicion about what
Yeah,
happened to the
that's
construct.
also strange. Yeah, so maybe not.
Damn.
Alright,
But now they will raise suspicion on what happened to the construct.
Yeah.
don't worry.
Blame what?
Yep, that's fine. There's nothing that a quick bribe like won't solve there. So,
This is his pimping outfit.
anyway, you guys exit the magnificent mansion, stepping back into the dingy prison cell, as the guards that had been standing outside of it, which are different from the guards from the previous night, kind of get shocked. Whoa, okay, that's what Tarek was talking about. Good morning, gentlemen. I believe our half a day has passed and we are free to leave the prison cell, correct? Well, technically that's a drunk calling thing, but whatever, it's details. Yeah, you guys are free to go. Let's see. He pulls out a list. He's like, I'm looking to see Adam Radog. I'm literally talking to you right now. All right, you're free to go. Shush. He essentially goes down the list of everyone who's there, and he's like, "Seems like you are all free to go. So just be safe in the city."
Thank you very much.
Shush waves goodbye.
See ya.
All right. You guys are released from the guard station, and Adam actually tasked Eric with leading you guys to the teleportation gate here in Retbon, as he gives a curt goodbye himself and simply excusing himself that I have something else I need to be doing right now urgently. So if you'll pardon me.
Understandable.
At which Fang, seeing that he's about to part ways with you guys, well, I gotta say, guys, it was super fun hanging out with you. I hope I get to do it again someday.
Likewise.
Hopefully the building stays intact.
Yeah, no, that'd be very nice. If a building had to fall every single time we meet, I might actually just say no to it. Might. You're a pleasant enough company that a building could afford to be sacrificed.
It was because of the sign. It was a load-bearing sign.
Yeah, less on the hanging, but yes.
Right. Alright, Teferi, let's make our way back to our boat and get back to doing what we do best. Teferi turns to Pip. Nice outfit.
Yeah, it'll do the job.
Nah, looks cool. I mean, like, not as cool as your regular look, but it looks cool.
Thanks. I think. You're cool too.
Can I insight that?
They are both 8 charisma!
I'm just for the hell of it.
Yes! You may roll.
No, I mean, it makes no difference. I'm not going to see anything. I'm not going to know anything different than what's happening right there.
Yeah! Both socially awkward. Both 8 charisma. That is what has just happened here.
Amazing.
As Fang kind of grabs Teferi. Alright, Teferi, let's go. You can talk to your friends some other time. We're not friends, we're acquaintances. Semantics.
We'll see you later.
Eric says, right, let me lead you guys to the teleportation gate here then, shall I?
Just one moment. Gotta find a place to do this.
Oh, right. Let me just get this new thing going.
Oh.
Alright. So, are you guys going to find places to drink your polyform potions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
So we need to do it before we go.
Alright. You guys find respective places that you kind of just, just find a building or an alleyway and you all just down the potions. I need you all to roll. Everyone who drinks the potion, roll me a constitution save throw.
What a strange thing to ask for.
It's
Must
10.
be poison.
It's a 10.
Must be poison.
Pip will go with Gaius just to see how it is.
Alright. You guys down the potions as your first immediate urge when your body consumes it is, oh, vomit this back up, don't put this inside me.
No, this does not go in.
Yeah, yes.
This comes out.
You managed to hold it down long enough as you feel your bodies kind of twist and bend slightly as you all take on humanoid forms. Shush, you take on the form of a slightly tubby halfling, blonde golden hair, nice amber colored eyes, little plump cheeks.
Standard halfling fare.
And some little freckles on your face.
Oh no, I'm adorable.
As it should be.
Oh no.
Gaius, you take on your original human shape.
How's my eye?
It is not healed. You still have the dragon mark, and one of your eyes is still green.
Well, that's a problem.
Calligraphy. You take on the form of a woman. Long black hair, brown eyes, skin no longer the pale white, but more of a milky, natural white. Pip, you have watched all that.
I wonder if Pip has anything. Can I use my disguise kit to try and clean Gaius up a bit, like maybe his scar or the mark at least?
Oh, absolutely. You may do so. Roll me a disguise kit check. Just kind of like put makeup on it.
Yeah. It's still asking for an attribute though, so I guess int again.
Yeah, go ahead and use it.
Okay.
So there's not a reflective surface.
Ooh.
It's just
Or-
You just like smear makeup on it. It's like you just.
Hold on. Gaius actually kind of anticipated this. I forgot to say the spells I prepared today. One of them switched. Which is the Galanite Focus switched out for Disguise Self.
Alright, are you going to cast Disguise Self to kind of fix it up?
Yes. Very quickly describing the other aspects. Black-haired, sort of gaunt face, very thin-framed, even more so than the Dragonborn. Armor still fits, but that's because it's magic. And initially brown eyes. Or, well, one is still brown. The Disguise Self is actually going to be a sort of... Let's call it a copper wiring sort of thing applied to the face, but only in this spot, like outlining the spot that needs to be hidden.
Right.
And with it active, just gonna cast it so it's on the thing.
No problem.
That eye would match the other.
Awesome. The duration is 1 hour, just letting you know, but I think that's okay for the purposes that you need it for.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, casting Disguise Self does a very reasonable job of, well, cleaning up the minor details that the potion apparently failed to be able to change. As your party looks entirely different than it did when it walked into that alleyway, as Eric, seeing you walk out, kind of blinks. Wow, polyform potion is really something special.
Indeed
Before
it is.
Callie
Also-
walks out, she is going to respond.
So you'll just see her like staring at her hands and arms, because obviously like her markings would be gone as well.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like looking at the difference in her skin, and then she's reaching up and looking, like trying to grab her horns, and just being very like confused basically about the sensation of it not being there and the difference in the weight distribution on her head.
Probably just head went back, hit a wall.
Yeah, just like whoa, because also that probably balanced her hair, not gonna lie. Her hair's pretty long and heavy. Okay.
Similarly, Shush cannot stop focusing on the fact that he now has a nose and how weird that feels.
Yes! Thank you! I was hoping that would happen!
And full ears.
Yes! You have
Oh
both.
no, he hasn't gotten to that part of his face yet. He's still like
The nose!
his nose. And he
There's
just
a very
Oh, God,
little
his
part
fingers
he
so-
like
in his
touches
nose.
it and it like pushes it like slightly and just whoa, it's not hard at all, it's squishy and it like pliable and you like push it a little bit and it like moves. What the fuck?
Your fingers probably feel a little different too.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have clawed hands anymore. It's
Don't have
actually
to worry.
fingers, no claws.
We're processing one thing at a time here.
Yeah.
Gaius would casually approach Eric and go, option 1, it's the same.
Wow. That is... I actually take notes of that. He actually pulls out his notebook and writes that polyform potion if you've been transformed into a different shape. That should change you back. Okay, that is an observation. I'm actually going to probably have a nice conversation with Adam about that at some point. Teleportation gate. Are you guys ready to go? Or do you need like a mirror to look at yourselves?
How come I sound different when I do this?
Well, Shush, the thing is now you have what we humanoids call a nose.
No, I'm
Sinuses.
familiar with the concept of a nose. I've seen people before.
Well, we definitely have
But why does
confirmation that it does not change your intelligence.
But why does it sound different when I do this?
Have you ever broken your beak before?
Well, it doesn't really break.
It's cutting off the airflow.
Well,
Think about when you put the
no-
bag
well,
over your face.
well, no. Like the nostrils are above the beak, so even if I broke my beak, it wouldn't. Like, I can't really do this.
Just taking some
How do you
notes and-
Oh, goodness. Eric, if you think the nose is interesting, try blowing out of your mouth and experiencing those lips.
I can't do it while smiling.
Feels weird, right? Aura is sitting there dying of laughter as he's like, this is the funniest shit I have ever seen. As Eric's like, yeah, polyfoam potion. It's something, isn't it?
It definitely is something.
Pip will kind of, while they're distracted by Shush, will go shuffle over to Callie. Are you good?
She is kind of just shaking a little bit, like, what the fuck? Also, she's going to summon her swarm out of her hair because it's all black and she's wondering why. Because her hair has never had black in it before.
As you summon the swarm out of your hair actually does remain black in color. It's just a few of the inklings come out. They still stay in your hair, but
it's not.
But it's
them
actually
making it
supposed.
black.
But it's actually just black.
She's just similar to Shush, but in a different way since a lot of the extremities are the same. But just trying to understand the, like, I assume this would also mean, like, the warmth sensation would be very different.
No sulfur smell.
No sulfur smell. So, like, what is the temperature right now?
It's hot.
It's hot.
And you feel hot.
She could actually, she's like, wait, why is it so hot?
That'd be the sun.
Ha ha ha. I've felt that every day of my life. Why is it hot? Why is my skin getting red?
That quickly. Okay, let's get moving.
All right, let's get to the teleportation gate, shall we?
Yes,
Just as they're starting to walk, he just mutters to Eric. It actually is weird having hair again.
Yeah, really.
That one guys laughed at.
You had hair for the first time.
All right. So you guys casually make your way towards the docks district, and then towards a large fancy-looking building. When you guys are entering the building, you are asked to produce licenses showing that you have authority to be there. Eric and his group step away as they're like, no, we have no use for the teleportation gate. I was just leading these kind folks here. It's their first time using a teleportation gate. Oh, well, it's going to be an experience for you folks. I hope you're prepared. But license, please.
Do we have the badges now?
Yes, you guys do have your badges.
I sure hope they don't have pictures.
They don't have pictures.
Hand the badge.
Yeah, the badges.
All right.
Is it the RR?
He looks at the badges, and then you see him insert them into a device. He's like, "All right, authentic. You may enter inside."
Thank you very much.
have a nice day.
Thank you. All right, entering inside the building, it is fairly large and surprisingly crowded inside. There are different aisles and stuff that all lead to these crystalline-looking panels that are on the ground with runic inscriptions on them. As a person approaches you, which city are you looking to get into?
Shit, I don't have that open because of the blue screen. I would know the name, goddamn.
Grimgran.
Gringran.
I was making
Gringran.
Grimgram. Line 5, which actually happens to be the shortest line. Not many people go to Grimgram from here.
because it's full of gnomes.
Well, yes, but we don't say that out loud. We do have we do have a sizable gnome population inside the city. We do all love our gnome brethren, after all.
They are innovators to the extreme.
Correct. Passing, kind of heading down towards the line to the teleportation gate for Grimgran, there are some mirrors on the side where you guys can get a look at yourself. Where you guys, haven't really had a good look at yourself at this point yet. Guys, old familiar. You're like,
Slightly.
yeah. It's like,
I was going to have him pause very briefly and go, I've aged.
yes, exactly! That's right! It's like, got a few lines underneath the eyes. Sleep more.
Yep. Definitely.
Shush. You see, like, this cute, adorable halfling in the mirror, like, reflected back at you, with this big old grin on his face.
And now he sees the ears.
Yes.
And now he must play with them. I have a very important question.
Yes.
Am I a halfling, or do I look like a halfling?
You, for all purposes, the potion transformed you into a halfling.
It's a full morph.
It's a full morph.
Very
That's why
important.
I was asking those questions too.
So, yes, ear playing, tugging, pulling.
I gotta say, guys, this is really great.
If anyone asks, he was raised by gnomes.
Yeah.
I'm
Calligraphy.
hungry. I ate like 5 minutes ago.
It's,
Calligraphy, you see yourself in the mirror.
so
I have to ask, is this in private or just we're all together to make sure public?
But you're all together.
So, like, at first, there's just a glance. Because, like, oh, this is just a group of... Wait, this isn't a group of people. And she just kind of fixates on it, like, the fuck? And then, kind of drawn just the same way as everyone else. Like, touching it like, this is an actual reflection. Oh, okay.
Pip mostly ignores it. I don't think this is the first time he's worn a disguise. Probably
Absolutely not.
well,
Oh, the other two, then, you know what I mean. Just kind of like, oh, this is... Like, when you grow up and you don't know what you could look like in a different form, that just, like, wonderment, but not exactly the same way as Shush, so... Just this is a stranger.
Admittedly, there is a moment where you look in the mirror, Calligraphy, and there's that feeling that this was how things were supposed to be for you. And then you see Tama on your shoulder, and you're reminded that this is fake.
And she pulls her hood over her head. And does the anime emo thing with her hair. Because she is crying. Not trying to, not loud or anything, just like tears are there. And she's like, I should, go to hide that.
Alright, eventually your guys' turn to use the...
it's raining.
Yeah, it's raining. Fuck off. You're inside a building. It's raining.
There's a druid in here.
There's a druid in here.
They're manipulating the weather.
Alright, eventually it gets to your guys' turn to use the teleportation gate. And, there's no ask for your license, though the person manning the gate does say, first time using a teleportation gate?
Yup.
Close your eyes.
I can't.
Well, you better shut off your ocular lenses for a moment, or you're going to be blinded.
That's not how they work.
Good luck!
Find out quick. Click.
Alright, so you guys step onto the platform, and you hear like this burring arcane sound for a moment, and then there's a bright, blinding flash of light. And you guys find yourself in a different location, where the density of gnomes is like... When you guys were in Rep Band, it was like, oh, every 1 in 5 people is a gnome. Now it's like every 9 in 10 people is a gnome, and they're all talking at once.
So, important question: how sturdy were Pip's eyes built? Could they withstand the flash or not?
You have been by modern day equivalents. You have been flashbanged.
Okay. He's just got a hand over his eyes. Oh. I can't see anything.
I'll lead John.
I can't just shut them off. They don't work that way. I'm not. It's like magical. They're like a scrying orb. I can't just. Oh, shh.
It's all right.
Cowards also would
Just
be like,
leading.
I can't see anything either because she doesn't have dark vision anymore. So like she's like everything is like fuzzy now.
Why is everything so dim?
Everything's really dim and fuzzy.
So after you guys exit the teleportation gate and leave the building, you are kind of walk out onto this large port where you see there are a bunch of ships coming in and out, and you see large buildings in the distance, and something that looked like floating metal crates kind of whirring overhead, going back and forth. Welcome to Grimgram.
Good to see this place still has as much air pollution as possible.
Yep, that is definitely there. Guys, you actually, no check needed. You know how to navigate this port. You know exactly where the ship that will take you is.
Yep, and leading them there immediately.
And frankly, just in time, as the as a person at the Desert Express, last call for the Desert Express to Moralthi. Last call. Anyone who's not boarding needs to step away right now.
Running forward, helping Pip along if he's still blind.
Yes. He's gonna be blind for at least about 10 minutes. You really were supposed to close your eyes.
You can't!
I know. I can't close my eyes, damn it!
I guess he could have used a blindfold or something, but yeah, he didn't think to do it.
Alrighty. You guys make it to the to essentially the entrance for the ship as he's like, oh, passengers?
Theodore, just handing over a ticket.
Alright. Looks to the rest of you. Ticket.
B33P or beep here, and he just hands it out in the direction of the
I should get your guys' name. So we got a beep, B33P. Which do you prefer, beep or B33P?
I don't care, B3.
B3. You need that. What is your name, Mr. Tall human fellow with the black hair?
Theodore Presson.
Theodore. Alright. And, aren't you an adorable little fellow? What's your name, sir?
I am Raph Underdale.
Alright, pleasure to meet you. And, you, young lady?
Asha. Kamal. Asha.
Alright, well, welcome aboard the Desert Express. You should arrive in Moralthi within a day. It looks like your tickets are for public transport. You will be sharing living space with a bunch of individuals. If you've ever ridden on a Desert Express, I'm sure you know how this works. It's public seating. Normally 5 to a seat. I'm sure that people will just leave you alone if 4 people are sitting to a seat. Beds are also public and layered up. Whenever you need to sleep, just find a place to sleep, plop down. I guarantee you they are sanitary. We have someone come by every hour and cast prestidigitation to make sure they are clean. Oh, and dinner is served at noon and 6 p.m. respectively. If you are late, tough luck.
Just nods.
What about supper?
Right, you are a halfling. I hope you've bought your own snacks. Though there is a snack tray that does go by from time to time.
Oh boy.
All right, so you guys are allowed on board, and once you get on the Desert Express, there's the top deck, a lower deck, and then there's like the passenger deck where you guys are going to be seated. There's no view to look outside, sadly, but there are plenty of places to sit, and you guys do see an empty spot, kind of sitting in the corner. I'm going to change the music really quickly while you guys get comfortable. You guys do find a place to seat, and you guys do sit down. So go ahead and get comfortable, have some conversation amongst one another while I change the music.
Just sit down, put the hood that's usually tucked into his armor over his head. This brings back memories.
Shushy's
Oh.
just kind of like swinging his legs in the
What
seat.
sort of memories does it bring back? I imagine Pip's vision starting slowly to come back at this point.
Both good and bad.
Yes.
Noisy passengers, tight public transit. Usually had this sort of stuff in Central occasionally, but particularly when I was visiting Rufus out here.
And how are you handling the, everything there, what'd you say, Thunderdale, was it? No, that's the shush.
Thunder?
I couldn't quite hear you. Everything was ringing from the teleportation.
What
Wrath?
is that?
Overdale.
Oh. I heard something else. Okay.
I guess I'm handling it fine. I need to figure out a better voice, but I don't think we ever met a halfling.
I don't think you should do that. I think you should just
stick
speak
with
normally.
Okay.
Personally, I've done this sort of thing before. If they're looking for us, they probably won't have been given a description of how we talk. It's just going to be how we look. We've already got that covered. So just act natural. The way you behave will matter more than your accent or anything like that. As in, stop touching your ears.
Oh.
Someone just slaps his hand.
You've kind of seen when like certain entrances that would be too low for like Callie's horn, she has a habit of like ducking a little bit, even though she doesn't need to now. Like, so when you walk through things, she like ducked her head even though it didn't make any sense. I've got to relearn some things, I guess.
I know when I asked you bonked your head on a door frame a week ago or something. You're still nervous about it? Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rather short for that.
I mean, halflings make doors too, right?
It's true, and you just came from a gnomish city.
There we go, I guess.
Eventually, a snack cart does come around as the lady dressed in the standard uniform of the Desert Express, like blue vest and a little nice hat on her head. She's like, peanuts, potato crisps, water, wine, meat, beer.
Me. I want crisps.
Yeah, she comes over as she's like, potato crisps, that will be 1 copper piece.
I give 3 copper pieces.
Alright, and she hands you a small sack of potato crisp. They are hard, salty, but they do kind of snap whenever you bite them. Anything else for anyone at the table?
Yeah, Calligraphy's gonna buy 1. You said it's 1 copper.
1 copper piece.
Alright. Yep. 1 here.
Alright. Would you guys also like a copy of the newspaper or anything?
I'll take one of the newspaper.
That would be 5 copper pieces.
Hands over to her a silver.
Ooh. She returns 5 copper pieces to you.
Oh, okay.
Your change.
gives back 1 as a tip.
Oh, appreciate that. And of you, Mr. Construct, do you need anything? Oil? Would you like a polishing rag? A charge station, perhaps?
I'll take a rag.
All right. 1 copper piece.
He hands over 1 copper.
All right. And you are hand a small cloth rag.
All right.
Would you also like some polish, sir?
Well, yeah, we just came from somewhere pretty sandy, so sure, yeah.
That'll be 5 copper pieces.
He hands over the 5 copper.
All right. You may add 1 vial of polish to your inventory.
Okay.
I would make a note. It is flammable.
Good.
It's a secret tool to help
Don't
us
ruin
later.
your makeup.
All right. All right, guys. You open. You go ahead and open the newspaper because I know you are going to.
Mm-hmm.
The current news is turmoil within Gwimgram. Can the king be trusted? Apparently, there was a scandal involving the king of Gwimgram lately, where there are accusations he was involved in an assassination of another prominent noble. Nothing solid has been discovered. However, due to his influence, investigations have come to a halt.
Is there any specific name for this other noble?
No name given.
Interesting.
There's also an article about generally just about new recent inventions and prominent names coming up in the inventors. God of mercy, I'm forgetting the word for it. It's not a guild, but it's like almost like a hierarchy.
Organization, circle,
Some
Consortium.
association.
Yeah, we'll go with association. Some of the inventions that are coming out are interesting. Someone is claiming that they are making a sandboat that essentially runs on tracks, thus ending the need to keep pathways clear for sandboats. As they'll just have designated tracks and designated times that these new sandboats will be taking to get across the desert. It's a long-term project, and is your inclination of like the amount of money that's going to take to do is astounding.
Well, at the very least, some of the higher ups are starting to put money into infrastructure.
All right. As you guys are sitting here, kind of minding your own business, you see a gentleman come and sit at your table with you guys. He pulls out a newspaper, flicks it. Get his description up for you guys. The man has kind of bronzy colored skin. He is wearing a suit in the fashion of Central, an unusual choice of fashion for the Eastlands. He also has small circular glasses, which, in order to read the paper, he lifts up. He's also wearing a small, bowler hat on his head. He doesn't seem to pay you much mind, though when he reads the article that Gaius had just read about the incident with the king, he's like, typical Eastland politics.
What you mean by that? Pipple say.
Oh, just another assassination attempt. Well, rather more murder on the agenda.
This happens frequently, then.
More frequently than it should, yes. It's becoming a real problem in Gwyngram these days.
This is a recent development. This was not happening when Gaius was here before, right?
Correct. It wasn't this bad. Apparently something has changed in recent years.
I haven't actually been through in a while. Has something changed?
Hey, guys. Can I ask you to do something for me?
Yeah.
As you look at this man, can you roll me a Constitution saving throw? DC is 15. Your dragon marked eye begins to burn. Like searing hot pain.
Just a visible wince, but still asking the question. But not looking at him anymore, kind of like looking down at the paper.
Can you repeat the question for me? I'm sorry, because I interjected to have you roll that Constitution saving throw.
I haven't been through here in a while. Has something changed?
Yes, the King Gwyngram himself has become more ambitious of late, or rather, his son has. It seems that something has got them in a tizzy. He looks at you and smiles. Interesting mark you have on your eye there.
Got in a bad fight with a piece of equipment.
Oh, is that what you're telling people?
I don't know why I did this.
Some say it's a test, some say it's a curse.
What do you say?
I say it's a curse. But that's just a personal opinion.
Does he have one? Or
No, he does not.
All right.
He folds his paper gently and puts it down. I should introduce myself. I am Patha Brast. But you may simply call me Patha.
Theodore Preston.
Can you roll me a deception check?
Well,
That is a good deception check.
Ooh.
Wow, he failed by 1. Holy fuck. Interesting. And who are your friends here?
Kelly takes this time to crunch very loudly on a potato chip.
Pip's just kind of eyeing this guy up, trying to figure out if he should even try lying, because he's getting the feeling that this guy's got something on us already. Especially since you mentioned Gaius' mark. Could I roll something to figure out how I should...
I will say an insight.
Okay.
at this point, can I also roll an insight?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh goodness.
Wow.
They're just coming out the woodwork.
Not me.
I mean, this
Okay.
seems like
I hurt.
This seems like the right situation for Pip to roll that well.
Pip, as you are looking at him, you see there's like a golden lizard-like gleam in his eyes as he's looking at Gaius.
Oh boy, I mean, I know what that is. It's Pip. I think you might.
You can roll me an Arcana check.
Alright.
You can identify what this is.
Oh god. Okay, here we go. But I do know it's bad news, probably.
Yes. He's definitely onto you guys, and there's something unnatural about him.
Right, okay. That's enough that Pip will probably drop the facade, at least. Oh, he in a much more hushed tone. Right, okay. Fuck it. I'm Pip. But keep that on the down low. Who the hell are you?
I'm honest about who I am. I'm Patha Brast.
Right, but who's Patha Brast?
Who is Patha Brast indeed? I find myself a purveyor of justice in these lands. Well, a person who's seeking to make things right.
Rolling an insight on that. 22.
He believes the words he is saying.
But do they come off with a malice?
They don't come off with entirety of malice, but a sense of power behind them, and a sense of, I am right.
The kind of stuff she would normally see.
Yes. Don't get me wrong. I do not consider constructs, or for that matter, any of the other races that find themselves in unfavorable positions here, disfavorable. If anything, I hate the status quo. I seek to change it. People like the King of Grimgram are the kind of people who perpetuate the status quo, and why I dislike them.
Would you like a potato chip?
He thinks about it for a moment.
it.
He's like, sure. As he reaches and as he opens his mouth to bite it, guys, your passive perception is enough. Actually, I may have to give you a disadvantage because your eye's burning at the moment. If you can tolerate that. What is your passive perception, even with it burning, even with the -5?
14.
14? No, that'd be enough. What's everyone's passive perception? If it's higher than 12, you notice.
13.
13. All right, you all notice his mouth is filled with like sharp teeth as he takes the chip and bites it. Salty. I do like salt. I'm a fan.
Same.
He would be friends with Diane. Sorry.
He'd be friends with Diane. Right, so what brings you to morality?
Work.
Work. He takes off his glasses, he curls them and puts them in a small coat pocket. What kind of work? Now, this allows everyone to be able to see the reptilian-like eyes he has. Which would allow Gaius, Shush, and Calligraphy to now roll Arcana checks.
Arcana, you say?
Yep.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Damn.
Why?
God motherfucking damn!
Why?
God motherfucking damn.
I have inklings.
You know what, guys? Roll me another one, because I would say you could roll this with advantage.
Okay.
Me too.
No.
You know what? And that's finally the pass for Gaius. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I messed up. It should be 1, right? Because you... yeah.
Should be the 14, but the 14's not a pass. Gaius, this man's a dragon.
Yeah, I know.
100%. What kind of dragon, you do not know yet.
Yes, that's the scary part.
As Patha continues. So, what kind of business do you have in morality?
Just collecting some notes.
He's going to insight you. I need a deception. Not bad.
Great.
Not great, but not bad.
Ooh. He kind of glares at you for a moment. And takes a deep breath.
Pip will just chime in as soon as the guy takes the deep breath. We're trying to help the son of his old friend here. Who has passed on, and his son is trying to get some information from his father's old things.
He stops with the deep inhale that he was about to take. As he's like, right. A noble endeavor to help someone else who's in a lesser position. How do I put this? I don't quite empathize with the task, but I appreciate the endeavor to be good. However, it takes more than goodwill to be able to change things in a place like this. Power is sometimes required.
Oh, we wouldn't want power to get into the wrong hands, right?
Currently, it's already in the wrong hands. Have you not seen the way the Eastlands currently are? Rotting from the inside out.
Definitely changed a lot over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And yet many would claim this is a time of peace.
Peace is subjective. Currently, there is no active war, no war that we see on the surface, but there's a shadow war going on right now. It's being fought by politicians, assassins, mercenaries. Are you also participants in this war?
I'd rather fight with my words than any sort of blade.
Words are a very poignant weapon in shadow wars. He says with a grin.
Showing off his teeth.
Yep. So, at any point did you intend to did all of you intend to give me your names? He says, glowering as he says so.
Intend to? No, sir. I don't know you.
Already gave you mine.
Oh, yes. Pip, you've been honest with me, and Theodore. I appreciate the formal introduction there as well. I've been honest about who I am. I am Partha Brast. No more, no less. Unless you decide to make me your problem, then potentially more.
I would rather not.
I'm not your problem, am I?
No.
And you're not my problem?
Good, I hope not.
Very much hope not.
Very good.
Callie just pointedly eats a chip because she's not wanting to engage.
What an adorable little halfling you have here. He says, patting Shush on the head. You've been awfully quiet. Most halflings I know are far more talkative.
I feel like talking would get me in trouble. This definitely feels like one of those moments where I should probably not be talking much.
I think more in the case of getting you in trouble would be, as he sniffs the air, deeply this time, why it is you're carrying remains of some kind on your person. Unless you just so happen to be carrying chicken bones on you.
Is Callie sitting next to Shush?
Actually, yes, yeah.
She'll pull out her Il Cuckoo flute. Her bone flute.
I see, that's what I'm smelling. That's fair. Excuse me for being mistaken.
It is remains, but...
So what is your fastidious take on the current state of things? Good? The status quo should remain?
Who's he looking at?
All of you. He looks across all of you when he says that.
Well, things could be better, but everything could be better. I think we should just keep striving to do better.
Room for improvement.
I personally have always held that the goal of life is to better oneself through study or effort. And that doesn't just apply to the individual.
And
Wouldn't mind things being shook up a little bit, but well, the aftermath's better than the getting there.
Well, in order for change to take place, you can't just gently shake things. Not unlike ants inside of a display. Unless you violently shake things, there will be no change. No significant change. Of course, a few ants will die in the process, but what are a few ants to change the greater whole? Am I right?
Don't know. I'm kind of in the ant perspective, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people aren't ants, they're people.
Of course. Of course, people are people. We're all people here.
Pip kind of tilts his head. It's just a table of ordinary people, right?
Absolutely. I am curious, though. You said you're doing this for a friend. You're gathering notes. Where would you be gathering these notes from? Perhaps I've been there. Maybe I know somebody I can help you. You don't seem to be people who are going to stand in the way of justice.
An estate?
An estate? There aren't many estates in the town of Moralty. You know someone noble? Or perhaps you know a scientist?
Not noble.
Can I peer around the room? See if there's something that I can kind of distract with, so to speak.
Well, what is your idea? Because I need to know that before I can.
I'm trying to think. Like, is it close to one of the meal times? Is there a tray coming through with snacks?
We are getting to that.
Okay.
There is a person
like
coming.
Does it announce?
Yes, it will be an announcement.
Okay.
However, the lady is coming back around with snacks again, and she should be within shouting range within about a few seconds. So.
Okay.
Actually, guys is gonna go non-noble. Well, is it noble? I know the son more at this point. I haven't been in contact for many years.
You're gonna need to roll a deception.
Well, it's not untrue. It's like
Oh, well, yeah, that is actually true.
I've not been in contact for many years. I don't know if it's a noble.
It's still deceitful, though. So you still need to roll a deception.
That's shit.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I'm fucking.
It's okay. He smiles at that one. He's like, "Oh, I see. I see. I have a name in mind. Tell me if this name sounds familiar." As the lady with the snack tray comes over, right as he's about to say it. Does a Rufus Grievel sound familiar to you? As the lady's like, snacks? Does anyone here want more snacks? As Patha turns around, I'll take the whole tray, thank you. Okay, but that's gonna be... He pulls out an entire sack. As he drops it, I don't care how much it costs. This should cover it. And anything else, take it as a personal tip. Just don't come by here anymore.
Has the people near us already started to, like, dissipate? Of course, we're cornered.
Yep.
God. Okay.
Does the name Rufus Grievel sound familiar? I imagine it does.
It does. Pip will chime in just to try to shut guys up for a second.
Yeah. I don't want talking to him. I did not say that, by the way. I just don't want to talk anymore.
I got you.
So I have a question for you, sir. What is your business there?
Finally, we get to the interesting questions. Someone who's a student picking up. I have business with someone in Moralty. It's a quick stop. Rather, I just need to talk with some people. They're interested in a Rufus Grievel themselves, but whether or not they get what they are desiring from there still is to be determined.
Oh, you're meeting with people. Might we know who they are?
He smiles as he says, I believe you're acquainted with them. I have no desire to step in. Though I could end this now, I think it's more fun to play it as a game. If you guys are truly righteous in what you believe, then you'll come out the victors. But if my people are righteous in what they believe, I believe they'll come out the victor. I look forward to the game. Oh, as he stands up, you can keep the tray. As he walks away.
I mean, it's very clear to me above game. Would it be very clear to her in game?
Yes!
Okay. I'm just making sure.
Yes, absolutely. It is very. He was
'Cause
not subtle.
She didn't pass, so she doesn't know he's a dragon. She just know he has sharp teeth.
Yes. You don't know what he is,
Gaius
but you understand
is-
what he just implied.
Yes.
So, does anyone? I'm not magically inclined, but what was that? I didn't like it.
Gaius just kind of is clutching his face at this point, trying not to make it too obvious, but it really fucking hurts. That was a dragon.
Oh,
I see.
I don't think I've met one before.
Passive perception or active perception, because he left a little gift for you guys on the tray.
More
Okay.
potato chips.
Guess I'll roll active.
Is my passive enough, or is it still fucked?
No, your passive is returning, so you're good. As a matter of fact, Pip, your passive perception would be enough for it as well. So we'll call it passive perception is enough. Sitting on top of the tray, right next to like a bowl of peanuts, you see a single golden scale,
Yep.
and that is where we're gonna call it for today.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, everybody.
Like and subscribe. Figure out what the fuck happens next.
I'll see you all in 2 weeks.
Fuck.